Testing, testing.
Sorry, still keep talking for a minute. We'll give it a minute. Things off. Just check with Doles on the sound check. We're looking good. Live streaming to at least a dozen people, which is always good. I feel very nervous in front of such a large audience. Thank you very much. For those that have come in and just doing today and registered, appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Today's day 2, the last day. We'll finish a little earlier today, but we've got a heap of really awesome talks and stuff lined up, which is good. Housekeeping side of things, so for those that are new on, for those that were here yesterday, you've heard it already. Red shirts are your friends, so if you need some support from anybody for anything, just find somebody in a red shirt, give us a tap on the shoulder and we will help. Unless it's for the physical CTF and you're trying to find the access cards that we've got hidden around, in which case we'll be deliberately obstructive and painful and make it difficult for you. Good luck. Emergency evacuation, you'll hear the whoop whoops on everything. We'll give you the nudges. Evacuation is out onto the grassed area outside, but just be super calm. These buildings don't go up in a couple of seconds. Just take your time, follow the crowds, head outside, stay safe. Bathrooms and breakout areas. Straight outside, hit a left, down the stairs, there's bathrooms. There are more accessible bathrooms down to the right-hand side. There's a prayer room as well if you need it, just down there to the side. Thanks to Tess and Hannah. They are running the coffee truck and that for us. Free coffees today, free yesterday. It's pretty good coffee. Enjoy, say thank you. Lunch, again, we'll be hitting Mac Daddy's for the pizza today. Similar kind of timing. I think for those that were here for the last conference and there was a bit of a gap between the 1 and the 2, it seemed a lot better yesterday. All good, yeah, it's really good. It's awesome pizza. Thank you. It's really easy to get this place in an enormous mess when things like the pizza come out. We will never again do the Krispy Kreme sugary glazed donuts as we did before. That was an unexpected cleaning cost afterwards, getting glazed sugar out of the floor, but we won't do that. Pizza was great. Everyone left it super tidy. Boxes were all in the skips. The bins were all full. Everybody was massively respectful, and we're grateful because we have to do the cleaning up, nobody else. So appreciate that. Schedule is online. If you want to see that, head to the BSides Perth website, hit the 3 hamburger bars at the top, go to schedule, go to the Predilects kind of link, and you'll get everything. It's up on the screen here if anyone's not seen it. Massive thanks to our sponsors. BSides Perth has always been really transparent in sharing its financials at the end. So when we do the close later on, you'll see just how close we were running this year's conference. If it wasn't for our awesome sponsors, it wouldn't happen, or it may happen, but in a much more cut down form where you wouldn't get things like lunches, coffees, those kind of bits. For anyone that's ever been based out here, it is super difficult to walk anywhere and get food or drinks or anything else. You're kind of a little bit isolated. So the fact that we can put this stuff on and keep you as a captive audience is amazing. And we thank people. UWA, our venue sponsor, they've helped us out for the 6 years that we've been running this massively. And they've probably got the biggest, most closed facility for us to be able to use with this lecture theatre. The other one when we've run 2 tracks in the past, and all the breakout rooms for people that just want to listen in on the live stream, do the CTFs, play with badges, those kind of things. InfoSect, massive thank you to them. They got in early, helped us out. That kind of funding early on from a silver sponsor helps us do things like lock in the venue. For anybody that runs a conference, locking in the venue is the most important thing because then it's real and everybody else hangs off the back of that. If you've got a venue and it's paid for, it's happening. So that's a massive step up for us. Horizon 3, go and have a chat to them. They've got a booth in the lobby. Say thank you. You'll see just where all the funding that comes in from the sponsors goes when we share the financials later on. And Securo as well. They really helped us round things out. Equally, they've got a booth. They've got people here from Briz, from Melbourne that have come over, so say hello and a thank you. And all the supporters. I'll share the details later, but one of these came in a week ago and actually helped us, and that was the difference between being able to do the food and the coffees and all the other bits or not. So say thank you. And if you see a red shirt, say thank you. All the volleys and ourselves are all totally unpaid. We do this for the love of kind of pulling everyone together, starting good conversations. And it's the same crew. You'll recognise the same faces as the most reliable red shirts that just rock up. Snades, when you see him, he's like Michael Bublé, comes out at Christmas only. He comes out for BSides Perth and you never see him for the rest of the year, but totally solid, and we thank everybody that's up on this slide as well. The badge, there's a lot of fun with the badge. So there are still component packs. We saved some by for people that only register on a Sunday. If you want to grab some components, build your badge. The reason that we did it like this is you have a shiny little badge that doesn't scratch people because it hasn't got the components all stuck on it. There's always a lot of talk about, is it just unnecessary e-waste? So we kept it kind of fairly slick. But equally, there are a lot of people that want to play around, learn soldering, learn coding, those kind of things. So lots of badges, smaller number of component packs. If you want to build and hack the badge, do it. All the source code is up there. We can do those things. Aside from that, we will have prize winners and bits announced later. I won't go through all these slides because it's got the details on of some of those winners. Say thanks to Tim that built the badge, all the usual stuff. Aside from that, and seeing if I'm on time, I'm going to hand over to our first speaker of today. Louis, many of you will know Louis, owns and runs Pentester Lab. Many of you will have used the kind of training, educational stuff that's on there and learnt a heap of things. Louis has been a huge supporter of BSides Perth since the very first one. Always kind of comes good, and we really appreciate his support over the years. I'll introduce him to talk about those who don't learn from CVEs are doomed to rediscover them. Louis, come set up. Yeah, go. Okay.
Oh, yep. Oh. Yeah.
Over to you. Thanks, Louis.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, cool. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up so early after last night. It may be hard for a few people, especially since we're going to talk about source code. But basically, so my name is Louis. I run this website, Pentester Lab, where I train people. And to train people, you want to have good content. And as part of finding good content, I need to look at a lot of CVEs. And I call myself like a CVE connoisseur or a software entomologist or even like a CVE archaeologist. I love looking at bugs. I don't know why, just like I found that very appealing, and I've been doing that for a lot of time. It's kind of a weird hobby, but I'm gonna try today to convince you that it's a great thing to do if you want to learn new things. As part of that review of CVEs, I came across recently this CVE, CVE 2025-54887, which is a missing AES GCM authentication tag validation in encrypted JWE. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Crypto on the first slide of the first talk of the second day. Yeah, let's see that pay off. I know, it's hard. We're gonna get there. It's only an hour. You can go for it. So when I saw that CV, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. For a few reasons. I love JWT. I did a talk here about JWT, I think, 5 years ago, like pre-COVID. That's how much I like it. And I still love them. I love Ruby, and that's a bug in a Ruby library. So, oh my God, that's amazing. And I kind of like crypto as a friend. Like, not So, yeah. So I'm going on an adventure. If you don't know the reference, that's from Harry Potter. I saw your hat. So yeah, I'm going to do the same joke in New Zealand. I'm going to get killed. So GCM is this encryption mode that you can use to encrypt data. And if you compare GCM to other modes, like ECB, CBC, it's a lot better because GCM gives you encryption, like all the other modes, because you want to encrypt data, right? But the important thing is that GCM gives you authentication, meaning that if you tamper with the data, it's not going to get decrypted. So it's really, really good because a lot of attacks you can do against crypto is around manipulating data and getting that data to still get decrypted. Even if you can't make sense of what is in the data, you can still tamper with it in a way that will trigger unexpected behaviors. So let's look at GCM. So here we have our GCM, and it's only boxes. You don't have to understand the details. It's pretty boring. Yanak, I'm not a cryptographer. I'm just an enthusiast. And so if we add here IV, so the nonce, the thing to initialize the encryption or the decryption, if we change that to VI, because everyone loves VI, and if they don't, they're wrong. If we do that, right, I'm glad we agree. If we do that, the decryption is going to fail. It's going to get rejected, right? Because we tampered with part of the information that is used to feed GCM. And that's where the authentication tag is so important. If we try to modify the ciphertext and we change it to ciphertext, again, it's going to get rejected because we tampered with part of the information, so the authentication tag is here to prevent that. If we change the tag, the authentication tag at the bottom here, we change auth to AA2, again, it's rejected because we tampered with some of the data used to do the decryption. But what if we change auth tag to just A? Approved. So it's not in all implementation, but some implementations have these issues. And so since we can just use 1 byte instead of the full authentication tag, that is usually like 16 bytes nowadays, what we can do now with only 1 byte is try to modify the ciphertext and go back to this ciphertext. It's going to get rejected because the authentication is only 1 byte, but it's still there. So we keep going. We move to, what did we do? Oh, instead of changing the ciphertext, we change the auth tag from A to D. Again, it's get rejected, but if we do that for long enough, and we go, for example, with T, we may get lucky, and it's going to be approved. And so we just need to brute force 256 combination, and we're good, and we can start modifying the encrypted data and trigger unexpected behavior in the application. I didn't know where to put the next slide, but I think it's pretty good. So, and I came up with that idea. So, signs of a stroke, twisted mouth, RM paralysis, incorrect speech. I had to use it. Sorry. And if you ask, for example, ChatGPT to write a bit of decryption in Ruby and to say like, oh, we want to use GCM, they're just going to use the auth tag as it is. And the problem is that we have this GCM tag truncation attack. So that's not in all languages, it's only in a few lucky ones. One of them being Ruby, as we saw. So when you think Ruby and you're like a Ruby head like me, you find that you say like, oh my God, I know something that is using GCM. That's Ruby on Rails. So I run to the GitHub source code of Ruby on Rails, and I start looking at the code. And as part of the code, there is this little comment saying like, okay, here we check the size of the tag because there is this issue that we know of. And I've been doing Ruby since 2005. I've been doing a fair bit of AppSec, crypto, and I didn't know about this. Anyone knew about that, actually? Hands up? No, so I'm not the only person. So, yeah, so there's this message saying like, okay, we want to check the auth tag size because otherwise people can brute force it by just using 1 byte instead of the full 16 bytes. So there's a link. I clicked on the link, and I go to an issue in Ruby/OpenSSL because the point is that Ruby is trusting OpenSSL, and OpenSSL is only is trusting the auth tag you give it. So if it's 1 byte, we check 1 byte. If it's 16 bytes, we check 16 bytes. And that's an issue that is open since 2016, which is not great if you're in software security. Oh, that's my opinion. But thankfully, so that was in July, it's a bit small. But in August, someone like in good faith decided like, so since it's hard to fix that bug, let's at least add some documentation. So they did that in August to say like, okay, let's at least warn users, let's at least warn developers. So they had that, and that's the documentation of the OpenSSL cipher in Ruby, and that's the documentation here. So that's why you need to read all the documentation all the time. So that's Ruby. PHP has exactly the same issue, but at least it's a little bit better in terms of documentation, is that you can see it pretty quickly. But same like in Ruby and in PHP, your auth tag, if you provide 1 byte, it's going to check 1 byte. So that's a good way to brute force things and to find like unexpected behavior in applications. Now, we did Ruby, we did PHP, let's move to Node. Node had an issue about that in 2017, and it's closed now. So we're good, right? And the thing with Node is that at the time, it was only checking 4 bytes. So a bit better than 1 byte, but still 4 bytes instead of 16, not great. So that issue is closed. So as a software developer, as a software security engineer, you expect that to be fixed. No, that issue has been reopened last year, saying like, okay, we still at 4 bytes, and that's not great. We should check like at least 12, or making it hard to brute force the values. So it exists in Ruby, PHP, Node. So what can we do about that? So I took my like white hat on, I put it on, like white hat Louis. So I like to call myself when I do like good deeds. And I looked at other Ruby code bases and see if I can find the same thing. And I found one named Reforge, where I contacted them like 2-3 weeks ago, and we got it fixed. Then, and that's something that is amazingly easy to do with AI nowadays, with like LLMs. I asked Claude or ChatGPT, I don't remember which one, but like, give me that same code in other languages. And LLMs are amazing at doing that. And I found the same issue in Erlang, Elixir, because Erlang, and Lua. And Lua, they didn't get back to me, but Erlang, at least they updated the documentation. And then another thing I could have done, but I didn't do, is look at over encryption mode to see if I can find the same issue. But regardless, I worked on making the world a better place, one code base at a time. And that issue really made me think about all those bugs that have been around for a long, long time, or have been around in some code bases, and then they disappear and then come back. And I start looking at all these kind of bugs that like kind of happen, then we forget, and then they come back. And there are like a lot of examples of that. We had HTTP proxy, but basically HTTP proxy is when you have CGI. So CGI is like a way to run application that people are not using for the past 10 years, but somehow that kind of bug reappeared. And it was something that was pretty big in 2001. And then no one talked about it for like 10 years. And then it came again in 2016 or 2015. And we have this cycle of like, okay, everyone is talking about it, everyone is fixing it, and then everyone forget about it, and it comes back. The same thing happened with zip sleep. You have like CV around like .. in zips, so you have like a zip file at the top here, malicious.zip, where we just have a zip that contains a file that is named .. etc passability, and if we unzip that file with a vulnerable application, that's going to override potentially etc passability. So that was an issue in 2001, and no one talked about it until 2018, when like the Sneak team like did like a nice website with zip sleep, very dangerous, and they rediscovered the issue. And they're very public about like it's not a new thing, but like they realized that it's not a new thing, but everyone forgot about it, and now it's back. And if you look at a lot of code bases written in Golang, it's everywhere, like everywhere in Golang. Another bug that was kind of the same way around this is Unicode character in password reset. So if I have an email address, louis@github.com, with a nice I, like git, a nice I, someone can use a reset password, and instead of writing github.com, they write github.com, but they use a Turkish I that doesn't have a dot. And then when you do the string comparison with the database, most of the time it's going to be string case insensitive, so it's going to get the email address, my email address, louis@github.com with a normal I, like a classic I. And that can allow them to reset my password. So that was a thing in November 2019 in Django. Then, in GitHub. Then someone reported the same issue in Django a month later. And nowadays, you can find people like rediscovering the same bug. That's in Node codebase named Directus. And again, the same bug again. Same thing with SAML, where we had signature wrapping in 2005. A lot of people were talking about it, like SAML is terrible. And then no one talked about it for a long time. And in 2012, a lot of people started rediscovering the same bug. And then no one talked about SAML for a while. And then in 2017, Duo did some really good research around like injecting comments. And then no one talked about it. And 2002, this year, it's pretty crazy. Like SAML security is back on. And the research they're doing is a mix of signature wrapping and the XML comment from Duo. So we have like this cycle of like, okay, everyone talks about it, everyone forgets, and then it's rediscovered. And the most interesting thing I saw about that is, this is a podcast, Critical Thinking, and this guy here with the beard is James Kettle. He does a lot of web research. He's probably one of the most well-known web security researchers at the moment. And he was talking about the exact same phenomenon. Like people are doing research, everyone is talking about it at Black Hat conference, it's crazy, and then everyone forgets. And then the issue gets rediscovered again. And I'm quoting him saying, the best example of that, this that I have is request smuggling. So a lot of his research was around request smuggling. And basically, he took a white paper from 2004, and I think he did that in 2012 or 2013, like something like 10 years ago maybe. And he copy-pasted a payload from that white paper from 2004, run it against Akamai, and own the hell out of Akamai by just using all research. And that's what he's explaining in that podcast. Is like, people forget about stuff, and then they re-implement the same issue, and if you like wait for long enough, you can own a lot of people pretty easily. Because we have all this cycle of like, oh my God, it's vulnerable, the world is on fire. Then everyone forgets. And people forget, so the security community forgets, but also like all the developers forget. So because as a security community, we don't talk about it anymore. And then there's a rediscovery, and we're back to the, oh my God, vulnerable. So that's why I think it's a really good reason to look at CVEs and to talk about those. So let's see how we do that. The best source of CVEs nowadays, especially if you want to do that kind of fun work, is a GitHub advisory database. And they're publishing every day of the week new CVEs. And the good thing about that is that you can pick your language. You can pick your severity. Oh, I only want cool bugs. I want critical and high. You can also pick the CWE, so the root cause of the issue. I only want to look at critical directory traversal in Golang. You can filter by that and look at that. And look at the source code. And I just picked one randomly. That was an authorization issue in Go0. Once you've done that, what you used to have to do is git clone the repository, then look at all the tags to find the version you're looking for, because you need to find the vulnerable and the fixed version. And then you do a bit of git diff between the vulnerable and the fixed version. You keep going until you find something. And if you're lucky, you're going to find the bug, and it's not going to be like 20,000 lines of code to review. It's just going to be like a few lines. So that was what I used to do, which was a lot of fun. And nowadays, GitHub asks people who report vulnerabilities and people who fix vulnerabilities to link to the commit of the fix. And that's what we can see here in the second line. And this is amazing. As a security person, you have exactly what was changed. You don't need to search for hours. You don't need to spend like hours in the source code. You just like click that button, click it, and you got the result. Great success. And so that's exactly like, that's just picking one of the advisory in the list, finding that there is this button with the commit, and clicking on that button, and you see that. And that's, yeah, just like, okay, people fixing a bug. So we can see what the old version of the code looked like, and we can see what the new version of the code looked like. Very, very easy. So what they were doing is they wanted to allow an origin, so trust like a domain or a host name, and all subdomains. And that's what they wanted to do, and that's what they meant to do. What they actually did is they allowed host name ending with the origin, because they didn't have the dot before the allow. So basically, if you want to protect Pentestolab, if you were allowing pentestolab.com, you were also allowing hacked by pentestolab.com or whatever the hell you want, pentestolab.com. Once you've done that, a really good advice is to document what you found, because this way you can quickly look at it in the future, because like memory is something that goes away pretty quickly nowadays, at least for me. So you can document that and keep the version of the code before and after, and this way you have references if people ask you about like, oh, what's the common issue with Golang? And you can come back to that. And that's something I do, I would say on a daily basis at the moment. And because you learn so much, you learn so much. You learn about traps, things that are misleading, things that developer will not understand properly. And you can see as well, since you have a lot of CVEs, you can really see like, okay, what are the common mistakes they're going to make? For example, in Golang, if you love Golang, there is a function named path.clean, which developer think will prevent directory traversal. It does not prevent directory traversal. It clean, as in it normalize the path. So if the path starts with a slash, it's going to remove the dot slash, but if the path starts with dot slash, it's not going to remove it. And you can also find patterns. If you look at a lot of CVEs, you're going to identify patterns of like, okay, people tend to get that wrong all the time. And the last one is your like spidey sense. Is like, the more you look at that, the more like your spidey sense will be tingling when you look at bad source code. So let's look at an example of trap. We're going to talk about the best programming language in the world, Ruby. Yeah, okay, we all agree. So in Ruby, you have file.open/etc/Debian version, and you do .read, and that's going to read the content of etc Debian version. You also have a shortcut named open, and we do open/etc Debian version .read, and we get exactly the same result. The thing is that that shortcut is not file.open, it's kernel.open. And if you do open and something that is user-controlled, so fully user-controlled, you can get the content of any file on the file system. Woohoo! Which is obvious, it's used to open files, right? Now, if you are old school and you remember your Perl days, Perl had something really cool around opening files. And Ruby has the same thing. If the file name starts with a pipe, Ruby and Perl are going to execute that as a command. Not with file.open, but with open, they're going to do that. It's going to do that. So you go from like reading arbitrary files to code execution, which is a pretty good win if you're attacking applications. So that's the kind of traps you can come across. Another thing is patterns. You're going to see the same, people doing the same mistake again and again and again. And that's probably one of my favorite patterns, is here we are Java developers, loving life. We do like, okay, we want to prevent people from uploading malicious files. We want to prevent them, I don't know if you can see my mouse, we want to prevent them from uploading GSP or GSPF files, because otherwise they may get code execution. So we prevent that by making sure that the file name doesn't end with .jsp or .jspf. That's what we do here, and we throw an exception, dangerous extension. So that's our filtering. So maybe good enough, may not be good enough, we don't care, we're not going to talk about that. But after that filtering, what we do is we modify the file name. And that's a common pattern you can see if you look at a fair bit of source code, is this filter and modify. And when you look at that, your idea should be like, okay, can we bring back what was filtered using the modification? So here the modification is removing all those bad characters, hash, double quote, semicolon, square bracket, whatever. Like we want to remove all of those. What we can do is we can leverage that modification to reintroduce something that was filtered. For example, if we submit hack.jsp with a hash, that's going to bypass the filter because it doesn't end with JSP. But then we go to the modification, and the hash at the end will be removed. And we go back to act.jsp. So that's the kind of neat trick you can learn. You can also find trends. And that's really that's 1 hour of writing Ruby or 5 minutes of ChatGPT. Is you go through all the CVs that in one language and say okay, give me extract from the JSON file the CWE, so what's the root cause? And you can see over time what is happening. And you can see, okay, if I have a Golang code base, what are the bugs that are the most likely? So probably XSS, path traversal, and denial of service. So if you're like a code reviewer, or if you're like a pen tester, you can say okay, I'm going to review a lot of Golang. What should I spend my time on? What is the most likely what's the most likely vulnerability? If you're you're part of the blue team, you can also work around strategy to make a Go code base more secure, because you can say okay, every time we have a Go code base, there is a directory traversal because it's very common. What can we do about that? And same thing if you want to scale security. You can also look at all the critical and the high, because you can filter by severity and say okay, what are the most common severity in Golang? And so this way, okay, we don't care about all the vulnerabilities, we want only to cover the big one, the big impacts. And here we have one new issue, command injection that start appearing in 2025 in Golang. Any idea why? MCP server love to run commands, so we can see that in 2025, all of a sudden we have command injection coming to our list of vulnerability for no apparent reason until you think about MCPs. And you can also compare different languages. What is the issue? What is the most likely issue in Golang? What is the most likely issue in Python? You need to be aware that there is usually a bit of a timeline between the time when people found the bug and the time you have access to the vulnerability. So you're a bit behind. And in the same way, we have deserialization coming to Python in 2025 for no apparent reason. LLM love deserialization of things. So you can see those trends that are really interesting. Since you are all convinced now that looking at CV is amazing, we're going to look at CVs. So this one is in a code base named Juju from Canonical. Canonical is like Ubuntu, to simplify it. And we're going to start with a bit of an introduction. Those are 3 ways to compute a SHA-SUM, so a hash of a string, hack the planet, in Golang. And we're going to play spot the imposter. So we have method number 1 here, where we get the data, we copy it, and then we get the hash sum, and then we print it. We have method number 2, where we do something that is a bit shorter, looks a lot nicer. And we have method number 3. So who thinks the imposter is number 1? Who thinks the imposter is number 2? Who thinks the imposter is number 3? Ah, nice. Who doesn't care? Thank you. Thanks for your honesty. So basically, it's number 3. So if we run that code, the first 2 will return the hash of hack the planet, which is really great. The third one, not so much. And because function sum, and so if you go back to the code, those 3 snippets look a lot similar. But when you run sum and you pass an array of bytes to the sum function, it's going to add that to the hash before, it's going to prepend that to the hash. So the last one, the last hash is a bit longer because we have hack the planet in clear text followed by an empty hash, a hash of an empty string. And you may think that's never going to happen in real life, right? That's exactly why I'm here. So that's a CV from 2025, so very recent again, 2025-6224, where this code base, Juju, they are creating certificates with public-private key, and they generating that using Golang. And as part of that, they call this ED25519 with generate key, and that's giving us public key that they're ignoring here with the underscore, then a private key that they name key, and then an error. They check the error, blah, 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 and then they create a template to finally create the certificate. To create the template, they call method number 3, the one that leaks the content of what we are trying to hash. And so basically this vulnerability is nothing short of amazing, is this code is generating certificate with the private key in clear text as part of the subject key ID of the certificate. Yeah, like the thing you come across, it's magical, right? And it gets better, it gets better. Wait. Hopefully I'm not running out of time. And this vulnerability was introduced in 2024 in June by someone from Queensland, classic Queenslander. Actually, I like to joke about it, but this person got very, very unlucky. Like, it's not normal that by using a function, like code that looks all right, they end up with something so bad. But yeah. And what they did at the time is they wanted to move from ED25519 to, from RSA to ED25519, and they changed the code a little bit, and they said, like, okay, the generate key for ED25519 has a third argument, so we're going to ignore it, but that's a public key. And when they generate the hash, instead of using key.n, which is public for RSA, they use just key, but key is a private key. So very unlucky. On top of that, the subject key ID, so the field they use to put the private key, you don't need to do that anymore. That code is not needed since Golang 1.15, which was released in 2020. So they wrote code for something, and they introduced like a terrible bug. Not their fault because they got very unlucky, but for code, something they didn't have to do. And I think there's a good lesson to learn here. So first, error proofing, it shouldn't be that easy to get things wrong. Then when you do code review, check ignore return values. Here they're ignoring the public key. So maybe they should have not ignore the public key and use it. The name of the variable matters. Like if you name something key and it's a public, private key, it may bring surprises in the future. So be aware of that. And every time you change something, is this code still needed? That's probably something we don't do as software developers and as security person, is that we have code, we change it, but maybe it's not needed anymore. And removing code is a lot more important than updating code. The less code, the less problem. Another bug I really like, and that's the first vulnerability I publicly wrote about in 2008. It's a flow in WordPress. WordPress is a blogging system, and they allow people to log in using that function, WP validate cookie. And that's a lot of PHP. They get the cookie, then they split it in 3 parts based on a pipe characters, then they get the username, an expiry time, and a signature. And basically, if you don't have the, like GCM, if you don't have the right signature, you can't go through. They check the expiry, that it's not expired, they check a lot of things, then they check, they compute like a hash on their side, and then they compare the hash they have on their side with the hash from the client. And if they are the same, you're logged in. If they are not the same, you're a bad hacker, you don't get logged in. And this bug is nothing short of amazing. So that's what a cookie will look like. If you are admin, you got admin, pipe, expiry, pipe, and your signature. And we're going to split that in 3 parts, and then we compute a HMAC with a secret, and we compute the secret of admin and the expiry. And all is good, everything is working well. Now another user comes in, this user is logged in as admin1, and they got a cookie where it's admin1, the expiry, and the signature. We can't forge the signature because we don't have the secret, but what we have is that the code will split in 3 parts, admin1, the expiry, and the signature. And we compute the hash or the HMAC of admin1 and the expiry. And that's where it gets really cool, is that if I'm logged in as admin1 with that expiry and that signature, I can be a bit naughty and move the 1 from admin1 to the expiry. And then the code is going to split in 3 parts, compute the hash of admin, that new expiry, and using the secret. And then that's the HMAC of admin1 with that long expiry. So the one we had initially is exactly the same as the one of admin with that longer expiry, because we have a collision between 2 values. And that's, yeah, at the time that blew my mind. And now they fixed that, they just added a pipe because what the problem was is that there was no separator between the username and the expiry. And lesson learned, and I think it's important to do that every time you look at the CV, is like, okay, always include like an expiry when you sign something, because you don't want to sign something that is valid forever. Always use a separator between value when signing. And also as an attacker, people tend to think that if something is signed is tamper-proof, because they don't know how to break the crypto. You can break crypto without knowing anything about crypto, trust me. And yeah, another one, PlayStation injection that was found in 2013, officially by the National Australia Bank, NAB, unofficially by me. And basically, they have a session management that looks a lot like Ruby on Rails, where they have, again, signed session. And I'm 500% sure I wouldn't have found this bug if I didn't study the one we just saw in WordPress. And basically what they do is, so for the story, I was like reviewing like 5 different implementations of session in Java, as you do. And it's really good. Like if you're not good at something, don't look at one code base. Look at 5 code bases and compare them. Play spot the difference. So much easier. And that's the code that is used to parse the session. So basically, you give, that's the code that is used to generate the session. So you have the session in memory and you want to create a cookie. So what they do is they basically concatenate a null byte, key, a colon, value, null byte. And they keep doing that for every key value in the, that's a hash map. And basically, if you're a code reviewer, you look at that and you think, okay, they are reinventing a serializer. If you want to do that, you use JSON, you use YAML, even use XML. What's better than that? Don't record my, that's recording. Anyway. And what is happening is that we have key 1, value 1, key 2, value 1, and we end up with key, null byte, key 1, value 1, null byte, key 2, value 2. And if it's Louis and Louis at pentasa.com, we end up with something that is very similar. Now we look at the other way around. When we go from that cookie, that big string with all the null byte that is very ugly, and we go from that to a session in memory. We have this weird regular expression, and then we loop through all the elements that we get when we match with that weird regular expression. Sorry, I'm pretty low on time. So. And what is interesting is that if we look at what is happening, we get, again, this way, the other way around, so it's a cookie with null byte, key 1, value 1, null byte, key 2, value 2, null byte. That's going to be splitted by the regular expression, and then we end up with session.put key 1, value 1, and session.put key 2, value 2. Everything is fine. And now I keep looking and I look at the put function. And that put function that is going to be used to add your value based on the key. What they do, and that's what gave away the bug at the time for me, is that they check that the key doesn't contain a colon, because probably something broke or something like that, and they had to prevent that colon from happening as part of the key. So they add a filter for that. But they don't have any filter on the value. So as an attacker, you can potentially inject a null byte or a colon. And as an attacker, you probably have control over the value, not the key. So again, we are like a nice person. We're going to log in as Louis, because Louis is a nice person. You have to trust me on that. It's going to end up with session.put username Louis. Okay, we're good. And we have a cookie with null byte username, colon, Louis, null byte. Then we, not so nice, we're a bit naughty, we set our username to Louis, null byte username, colon admin. That's going to do session.put username and that weird username. Ta-da, what's going to happen? And then we get a cookie with that weird username and that whole that is happening right now with just this weird user with this weird username. But then we reload the page and the application, the framework needs to parse our session. And that's where the magic happens. It's going to split based on the null byte and the semicolon, the column. It's going to be username Louis null byte, and it's going to do session.put username Louis. And then it's going to loop one more time because we have more in the session, and it's going to do username admin and do session.put username admin. And it's going to overwrite the previous version, the previous value, and we're going to be logged in as admin even if we didn't have admin privileges or anything. And the really interesting thing is that that looks a lot like the previous bug we saw, like around like, okay, we need to have a separator. What is happening if we don't have a separator, or we have a separator? What is happening if we can inject a separator? So, and if you keep doing that over time, you're going to build that knowledge, and you're going to know exactly what to look for. You may say, but those are lucky picks. So I looked at the bug. Admittedly, yesterday was a pretty good day for CV. Like a really good day. So I looked at a few like CVs yesterday, as I usually do, and I came across like a few bugs that were interesting. So one of them was an application, a shopping application, where when you purchase something, they log you in. And their goal was to make it easier for the customer. You buy something, and you logged in with the email that is used in the receipt you asked for, right? What ended up happening is that when they log you in, they either create a new account or look up the account in the database. So as an attacker, I buy something for $5. I put the email address of an admin of the application or anyone else, and I'm logged in into their account. Yeah, that's pretty good fun. This one is absolutely amazing, maybe a bit small. That's in PHP. And basically, and that's from yesterday, Friday. They have a list of bagged value. You can't use those values, too dangerous, don't use them. And to make sure that you don't do that, they look up the value you provide, and they look up that into that list of bad values. Bad, don't use them. And if it's in the list, they throw an exception. And that's the change they introduced to fix that issue. So the vulnerable code is array search, and the fixed code is in array. So and it's always important to ask yourself, like, what did the developer meant, and what actually happened? And so what they meant is like, okay, if the item is in the denied list, we throw an exception. But what happens is that array underscore search return false if the item is not in the list. Otherwise, it returns the index of the item. In PHP, array indexes start at 0. And people are saying where it's going. It's good, hey? So PHP treats 0 as false. So the first item in the list is not blocked. Because it's if 0, throw an exception, so it's not blocked. I find, like, I may be a nerd, but that's beautiful for me. Like, that's amazing. Yeah. And so that's why Ruby is the best language in the world. Because Ruby, 0 in Ruby is an object, and 0 is true in Ruby. Because we thought about that. Take that, Python and PHP. You also find some good fun. So that was not Friday, but this week. So that's code written by an LLM in 2024, and someone reported a bug. That's like the YOLO of writing source code. Like, basically, when you want to parse JSON, people usually use a library like json.load or whatever, and could have security issues, but like, and this code that was, I think, written by an LLM, just do eval. So basically, eval that at source code, and if it's JSON, it's going to work. It's going to create a hash table, like properly in Python. But yeah, that's very, very dangerous. So you can find like good stuff like that. You can also find incomplete fixes. From time to time, you're going to be lucky, and you can even create good memes. So if you were like born in the 90s, that's an amazing joke. If you're born in the 20-something, it's going to be not as fun, but yeah. No one knows who Exhibit is anymore. Anyway, so you can find like incomplete fixes, like I usually find like a handful per year. So that's one where they actually decided to not fix it. They had an issue where people could bypass their directory traversal prevention using encoding and replacing dot dot with %2e. So this way you bypass the check on dot dot because you encoded the value. So what they decided is to decode the value once. So they actually blocked dot dot %2e because now it gets decoded at dot dot. But they are overwriting the same value. So what you just need to do is instead of sending %2e, you send %25.2e, which is just dot dot encoded twice. And their fix decodes it once, and then the rest of the application decodes it once as well. I found another one this year where they had like basically as an attacker you can add you can purchase, it's like a shopping application, and you can you get a token that you can use when you purchase something, and you can reuse that token again and again and again and again and again. So they fixed it by adding first they look up for the token and then they update the token. So what they actually did is they didn't fix the bug, they just make it harder, or the windows of opportunity to exploit the race condition is a lot smaller, but it's still there. So I got them to patch it. I don't think they issue a CV for that one, but yeah. So that's what the code to fix it looks like if you're very curious. So they use one single query. So that's a lot of bad source code. CV, looking at CV is really good because you're going to learn a lot, but don't just look at bad code. I know a lot of people who try to get into code review, and they're like really unhappy when they look at source code for like a week, 2 weeks, 2 months, and they're like, oh, I didn't find anything, I'm wasting my time, what am I doing with my life? And a few of them are in the room apparently. I think it's really important to look at good code and be aware that when you're doing that, even if you don't find bugs, you're not wasting your time. Look at it as building a baseline, accelerating future review. The more you look at good and bad code, the better you're going to be long term. And you're going to get really good at spotting, not necessarily vulnerabilities, but things that are unusual, because you looked at a lot of good source code. And what I did recently, probably last year, is instead of trying to find JWT algorithm confusion attacks, vulnerabilities, I decided let's look at how people prevent that issue, which is basically exactly the same question, but just a bit like swapped around. And fancy way to trick my brain, like if you look at, for vulnerabilities in JWT libraries, it's likely that you're not going to find a lot of them. But if your goal is to say, like, let's see how people prevent those attacks, you're learning a lot, and you may find some bugs. And I think I found two. Yeah, I found two. One in Scala and one in C. It was a pretty good. But the thing is that you're getting a lot better as a code reviewer, and you're getting a lot better at, as well, quickly being able to triage source code, as in, we need to look into that. That's no way it's vulnerable, or that's totally vulnerable. So you get better over time if you keep doing that as well. So don't only look at bad code, look at good code, and if you do that, don't think of it as, I didn't find a bug, I wasted my time. Everything time spent looking at source code is never wasted as a security person. Really, really. In the same way, a lot of people people who try to break into security, or get into offensive security, people recommend oh, get a CV, it's really cool, get a CV. And it's good to have a CV, I totally agree. Like if you're new and you want to break into offensive security, getting a CV is really good. But it shows to an employer that you can find vulnerabilities, you can understand how they occur, you can explain the vulnerability, maybe you even look at the source code, maybe you can talk about how they fixed it, maybe you can add the CV to your name on LinkedIn. I'm not judging, I am totally judging. But the problem is that it's hard to find new bugs. Or what you're going to do is you're going to lie to yourself. You're going to look at shitty code base and find easy bugs. Because your goal is to not find cool bugs or learn, your goal is to just find a CV. So let's pick the weakest code base you can find on the internet and find a CV in it. That's not how you learn. And it can be very boring and it's time consuming. And the real problem is that that's a game of luck. And you may get super lucky, good on you, but you may get super unlucky. And you feel like you're wasting your time. What I recommend nowadays to people is instead of looking for a CV, analyze CVs. Look at those and you're going to learn a lot of things. Do write-ups. That shows to an employer that you can understand how vulnerabilities occur, how they get fixed. You can talk about the fixes, you can talk about a lot of things. And it's a lot easier, a lot less stressful. It doesn't rely on luck at all because the bugs are already there. It just relies on the time and the energy you're going to spend understanding the issue. And you're going to learn a lot, and you're going to get a lot better at spotting issues in the future. So if you're looking for a job in offensive security, try to do that. It's probably a lot easier and a lot more deterministic than just looking for a CV. Conclusion. I told you we can do it. So we look at CVEs, hackers. They look for impact, exploit, vulnerable versions. Web developers, they look for impact, vulnerable versions. Do we have to patch that? That's basically the idea. The business, the business. I'm not mocking people in the business, but I find weird that we call something the business. It's like, the name is weird. They look at impact and how much it's going to cost to fix the issue. But not a lot of people are looking at the source code. If you're lucky, one researcher looked at the source code because they did a code review instead of just like a black box test. So that's one person. The maintainer looked at the issue. Maybe it's not a security, he doesn't have a security background, or she doesn't have a security background, so we don't know. But they didn't really, maybe not fully understand what is happening. And like a few nerds are looking at the diff. That's about it. And we're losing so much important knowledge because of that. And the same thing is like looking for the exploit versus looking at the exploit. Very important. Like, try to keep learning to get better. I can summarize that in one slide. Read code, receive bug. The more code you're going to be reading, the better you're going to be. And every vulnerability is a lesson. Like, time-wise, yeah, good. I'm good. Oh, good. Like, I was making fun of the person from Queensland, but like, we shouldn't look at vulnerability like something that is shameful. We should look at that as lessons. I got a friend who is really good at social engineering, and he did like a social engineering gig one time, and like one of the managers was like, "Oh, this person got done. We should fire them." He was like, "No, this person is the most valuable person in your team now because they know exactly how they got compromised, what mistake they made." And it's the same for vulnerabilities. When people create vulnerabilities, there's this sense of shame, they're bad developers, they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes it's true, but no, but like, it should be like, okay, let's learn from that mistake. Let's not blame people, let's not put shame on that. Let's say like, okay, is there something we can learn? Is there something we can do better? Is there like, why this function is named path.clean when it's not preventing directory traversal? That's weird. Why there is a function in Golang that does like SHA and like copies the value? That's something that people will get wrong. What can we learn from that, and how can we make AppSec a lot easier for everyone? So celebrate finding and fixing bugs and look at a lot of CV because it's a lot of fun. It's not that nerdy, I promise. Thanks for your time, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. Any question? Otherwise, I'm going to be around. Yeah. No? So everyone is going to look at CVs, I'm taking it? But the vibe? Yeah. No, but really, like, I think it's really something, like, we got all that knowledge that now is really well and easy to access, well exposed by GitHub and really easy to access. And just like, instead of going on TikTok once a day or once a week. Just pick one of those CVs. And just do that once a week, once a month, and I promise over time, you're not gonna eat gold all the time, but you're gonna learn over time. At least more than on TikTok, I can promise that. I swear. Otherwise, thanks for having me. And yeah, I'm gonna be around.
Easy. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Cheers, Luke.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Appreciate everything. Okay. Couple of minutes just before we kick off the next speaker. Set things up. Hey, come and set up.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So same audience.
Yeah.
Try not to think about the 12 live stream viewers we've got right
Oh,
now.
no.
Crazy. No, I don't know what the number is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, pixelation up there.
Some deaf dude.
One of the ways I was trying to learn, force myself to learn, was like try and make content for YouTube, and this is a slide deck I used for there, and I realized it is very hard, and I don't have enough time for that.
Yeah. It's a lot of effort.
It is.
So I see all these podcasts that get started out. There were a lot of people asking if we had some spare shirts and bits. So as usual, there's a few people that kind of gifted their tickets, weren't fussed about the swag. So if you wanted to buy additional t-shirts and that from the Shears Con, and they do seem pretty popular, there will be some left that you can grab in the morning break. So just a bit of a heads up on that. I think we're out of component packs now for the badges. So if you want to play with those, just have a chat to Tim in the corner area. Aside from that, I think we are all good and mostly on track. So on that basis, I'll hand over to Aaron now, who's going to talk about helping styles in cybersecurity. So Aaron, take us away.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning. Great to see you all for day two. For those that I haven't had the pleasure of meeting or haven't read the speaker's notes because they're just here for the CTF or the swag, my name's Aaron. A little bit about myself. I'm part of the application security team at Korea, where we build cyber safety software for children. Before that, I was a software engineer before making my way into AppSec, mainly web apps and all the fun stuff like that, before making the internal switch to security within Korea. And now I am currently studying chaplaincy, which is a great thing to do when alongside full-time work, because I'm always got all the time. But this is where the idea for this talk came from. So I'll touch that in a second. And finally, this is my first time speaking at a conference, so any feedback after the talk, after the conference would be great. Thanks. Thank you. So as mentioned, I recently started studying chaplaincy because it is kind of relevant to a lot of the volunteer work that I do. And I admit it's been a major shift from kind of technical knowledge to how to care for people. Within the course content, I've been introduced to a concept called the Helping Styles Inventory, which was created by Peter Van Katwijk. 1988 it was created and refined in 1995. And it's basically for carers, how to provide, or a framework, how to provide care to people that are in front of us. So it's a model to help carers such as chaplains or counsellors or whoever helps work for others to care for them. It kind of describes different ways that we are able to try and support someone, and everyone has a default style that they may use or may have, but understanding how you can switch your style a little bit allows us to help serve people well. And now I want to see how we can apply this to cybersecurity. At the core of the model is the idea of self and relationship. In pastoral care and counselling, we are the resource. And I think this actually really maps well to cybersecurity as well. Us as cybersecurity engineers are subject matter experts. We are the resource that we can provide to others. So to understand how we can apply this to security, let's construct the model step by step. On the horizontal axis, we have what is called the focus of attention. Our attention can fluctuate between being focused on a person and then person and experiences, or being focused on a task. In counselling, chaplaincy would call this task like a problem such as anxiety or depression. On the vertical axis, we have the use of power, which on one end is being directive, so instructing and telling, and on the other end, we can be facilitative, emphasising the person, affirming them, and allowing them to draw on their support networks and experiences. Now, each of the quadrants have a defined helping style, which we'll dive into in a sec, and each style has certain elements or actions associated with it. So, in the middle here, these are kind of the actions that you are taking. From here, let's dive into each style. Starting from the top right and going clockwise, we have the guide. This is the person, this is someone being person-oriented, but also direct. They are the ones informing, coaching, directing others. A few examples will just be Dumbledore or Alfred Pennyworth. Both direct the people that they care for. In this case, Harry Potter and Bruce Wayne, if you didn't know, be surprised if you didn't. But they rather guide people. For example, Alfred reminding Bruce of his humanity and his duty. The celebrant is someone who's all about connecting with and supporting and empowering people. Phoebe from Friends is an example of this, but I think this is best summed up by the first talk jitters. This is best summed up by Mr. Rogers. He connects with and affirms every person. And just as an aside, because I really love this example, when African Americans were not allowed to swim with white people, Mr. Rogers invited Francois Clemens, aka Officer Clemens, you can see down the bottom there, a black man, to cool his feet with him, tackling racial inequality by connecting with and affirming Clemens' value, as well as empowering him by assisting with his musical career. But I digress. Moving on, we have the consultant, who is focused on the problem, but helps others by attempting to empower them to make a difference. They talk things out, they help explore and collaborate with others. Lucius Fox from Batman is a good example. He's task-oriented, so he's focused on the problem, while providing Batman with the abilities to solve the problem. Another out-there example is Dr. House. His differential diagnosis in front of the whiteboard sessions, where he explores diseases with his team and kind of finds the solution to the problem, aka the diagnosis, is a consultant style. Although I don't want to hear from anyone complaining that HR got annoyed at them because you just belittled your teammates while trying to do this. Don't copy House. Be nice. And finally, the manager. They focus on the task and are often instructing over facilitating. So they suggest, advise, and at the extreme end, instruct others what to do. You've got Nick Fury at the top there, telling people what to do in order to complete the task at hand. Or a real-world example would be Gordon Ramsay. He uses highly directive, albeit colourful language, to get the task of managing a kitchen and serving dishes accomplished. So that's a high-level overview of the model. Now that we've defined it, we can start applying it to our relationships within the workplace and in cybersecurity. However, this is where the usage between carers and engineering start to split. In pastoral care and counselling, in one conversation we may flick between different styles. An example of this, just to give you an insight, is an example we were given by our lecturers of a counsellor making 8 statements back to a client, scored all of his statements like this. I think that's outside of the scope for this today, but I do want to talk about how we can use this as engineering managers working in the workplace. So focusing on us as engineers, understanding that we are the resource that can be used to help others allows us to become force multipliers. If I'm the only one that knows about SQL injection, and please forgive the bad example, if I spend my time reviewing code and adding prioritized queries, I would spend most of my time at work doing this. However, choosing it instead to share my knowledge means that vulnerabilities are not written in the first place or that others can fix them when they find them. A much better use of my time, I've managed to take my resource and multiply the effect. Now, I just want to stop here to clearly articulate why this is important. If you are in a small team like I am that has a lot of stakeholders, you have developers to train and coach, you have managers that you need to help understand the risk and the effects of exploits and vulnerabilities, you have to understand how to engage with these stakeholders effectively. As a security team, our goal is to manage risk. It is less of a burden on yourself when you bring others along with you. So when we remember Van Katwick's model, as we create programs and engage with stakeholders, we can take a step back and choose how we want to help. I think a few examples will help with this. So I am responsible for a couple hundred developers myself. Unfortunately, our team is quite small, so it's not reasonable for me to be very hands-on when it comes to patching or fixing. I find a lot of my time comes from providing information such as secure code guidelines or patterns for security for developers to follow. So the style that I would just be stepping into here would be the guide. I am informing, I am coaching, I am directing. I also meet with managers and developers to help them with security-related projects. This is a very conversational approach, and any issues that arise, we explore and collaborate. This is a consultant style. This can include things like threat modeling or working through designs with team to make sure they're shifting left and writing secure code in the first place. But we need to remember that particular helping styles may come more naturally to people. You may find that styles that may come easier. The above two are what comes naturally for me. The next two I have to make a conscious effort to step into. The celebrant would be most likely to get involved with developers and championing them on. I think that's due to the fact that I am a limited resource and I struggle to find the time to be involved. I have 200 developers to look after. I struggle to take on this style. But if a consultant cares about empowering people and being person-oriented, they would more likely ask open questions to help developers get to the places themselves. Think questions like, well, what should we consider as a mitigating control here? Why is this secure? Empowering developers to discover things themselves and facilitating their growth. This can allow people to feel more accomplished as they are empowered to uplift the security control of their code. And finally, the manager. They may start with suggestions, but I think this can easily progress into advising and instructing. This can be mandating security controls, setting standards, or rejecting the designs based on security. Or when we have something that requires security to take control, such as the scary words like incident and breach, then a manager has to be put on pretty hard, and security is instructing because you've got stuff to do and you've got to get it done now. Time is critical. So this model also applies, and I think it applies a lot better to a manager and an engineer relationship. So thinking managers, how you interact with your team of engineers. You can utilize the different styles in relationship with your subordinates. Remembering that we have a default style of helping that may not be the best for each engineer. If you have a bunch of engineers who just like to get stuff done, just give them a JIRA ticket and they'll go away and come back with a solution. Manager style, great. But if it's a junior that is kind of just starting their career, you may need to flip between, say, the guide and the celebrant to help them learn, to encourage them, and be very orientated on their growth. So coming to the end of the talk, I feel like I've rushed through it. Understanding how we can employ different styles of relationships, styles of help in our workplaces, allows us to work more effectively with others. Now this is not the only model that you would use. However, I like applying this model because it comes from the basis of relationship. When we are the resource and that resource is limited, it is a relationship that is most powerful. It means that our effect stops being from what we do to what we help others do, which is often more than what we can do ourselves. And when we're a team, we're security, we're focused on reducing risk. If we can empower others to help reduce that risk, it's a win for us as well. So this is just a tool I have in my belt, so to speak. Remembering it can allow you to help others in the best way possible. Now that you may know this model, you might be able to use it, or you may choose to use it. I hope that you're able to utilize it in your roles, no matter what they can be. But knowing this model can be used anywhere is great. Whether it be in a caring role, like potentially myself in the future, a management role, an engineering role, or even outside of the workplace. Like, think if you've got kids, stepping a different style might really be beneficial to them. So I absolutely feel like I blasted through that, but that's all I have for today. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Finished so quickly he hasn't realized. Questions, anyone? No, it's not the most technical talk, but I enjoy the content. Cole.
Where did you get inspired for the model at all? Like, because often people don't come to these things when they're in an AppSec role, they have to come from an entirely different discipline.
Yeah, so it's because I've started studying chaplaincy, so caring for people. So Peter Van Katwijk was a therapist, so that's where he's kind of developed this from, and understanding how I walk into a situation to care for people, to help them in whatever distress or problem they're in. It's seeing, from that content, seeing yourself, you have a default style that might not be the best, and if you really want to care for someone well, understanding you might have to switch styles is really important. I think, did I see another hand? I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so we'll go up the front first.
What's been the most interesting style that you've come across, or the most interesting scenario where you've had to swap styles together?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the most interesting style, and the one that I personally love, is the celebrant. And I don't get to do it much, as mentioned, in the workplace, just because of the time, but in my volunteer work, really caring and empowering people, because if you empower someone, they take that positive effect and can uplift themselves. Versus if you say manager, or you just say, get this done, get this done, get this done, you kind of make someone just feel like a yes monkey, just get stuff done. But I've come to the massive conclusion that people matter more. You empower someone, they do better work, and they reduce the risk better than just making sneak work. So I saw a question up the back there. Yep.
Any thought that trying to do training or trying to get those ideas through to your team, to your technical team?
I haven't yet in the workplace. This is just a speech or presentation I've come up for today. I have thought about how would I disseminate this further. So once I figure out how to add this to my blog, it's the slide deck. It'll be up in there, but I haven't really thought about doing in-person training for anything like that yet. Oh, I think Cole was first.
Sorry. If someone's incredibly unsophisticated in any of the 4 categories, what would you help them get coaching to work on it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the work has to be just the realization about your default style first. Like, you find out a lot of, say, counseling and therapy, it's bringing the unconscious into the conscious. So being aware of your unconscious tendencies. Like, you might not be aware that you take a manager role, so you just bark orders. Well, bark orders is a wrong term, but you're very instructive to say, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. But becoming aware that the other styles exist, so all 4 of them, allows you to say, okay, maybe this style isn't working, how can I best empower the team? And it's actually changing yourself instead of saying, Joe's useless, he's not learning because he won't listen to me, versus, okay, Joe's not listening, or he's not learning, what am I doing wrong? Is there something I can be better at? So it takes the onus off of, I guess the best thing is to take the onus off of the person that's in front of you and ask, how can I be better? Which is, I think, a very uncomfortable thing of you have to admit your own flaws there, which not many people like doing. I don't. I think there's your hand up there.
Yeah. I think when you are learning a new way of doing things, you need to be able to recognise the context to be able to then switch.
Yep.
What are some of the signifiers for you that you might need to use a different approach in different situations?
I think the first thing is try and understand the situation before you enter into it. Yeah, it is taking a step back and like, what's the goal here?
Yeah.
The example I gave of like me being the guide for developers is, as much as I'd love to come alongside and celebrate them and encourage them and be very relational, I can't. Like, I have developers in all the time zones, which means my sleeping schedule is just non-existent. But then it is when you're in the middle of a situation and you might be asking, why isn't this working? Why aren't they responding the way you expect? Taking that step back. And some people actually remain like, don't really do this in a work from home environment, but taking a physical step back and like, okay, what's going on here? How can I be better? What do these people need? Because at the end of the day, we are the resource in relationship with the people that we're trying to empower. It's not so much about us, it's about them. So empowering them to think about security and manage risk, again, makes us a force multiplier over just, I'm in a terminal, I just get stuff done. Yep.
Hi, on the style, do you find any combinations that with each other or alternatively do the opposite?
I think the stars that complement each other are kind of ones on the same axis. So to me, I like to be very person oriented. So I kind of want to fit in the celebrant. So mainly my volunteer work and in the guide as well, knowing that I have to give the resources out or empower others. So I think, yeah, it's understanding the axes here. So focus of attention, person, task. So it's a consultant and manager, task oriented. I think that would work very well depending on the context. But you kind of, if I go back a little bit, this thing, you kind of, the way you interact kind of fits in one place. And then you might shift a little bit and say, okay, maybe need a bit more direct action saying you need to be doing this versus, okay, the direct approach isn't working. How do I empower them and lift them up? Yeah, does that answer your question? Cool, thank you. Yes?
Obviously, there's like soft skills and pros and heads that you need to use when you're dealing with different parts of the business, HR, finance.
Yep.
Technical people, which looks like will be more of a consultant. How does it work when you're working with executives and you're working with the leadership that have a different role? So then you're switching how do you lead?
Yeah, good question. Are you asking a question like, how do you lead up the chain?
Yeah, because you use different heads. You be like when you're talking to the people you're managing,
Yep.
you're looking towards like focusing on the persons. When you're talking to the leadership, you focus on the task.
Yep.
Because if you're talking too much like about the end user, they might get like oh, you're talking too much or you're going too much around. So you basically like focus on different tasks, like when you're talking to different audience, or you try to keep yourself in one of these tasks. That's the goal.
I think I would switch styles based on the context of what I'm trying to do, and then after that, map a certain style to a person. So you're talking about how we manage and expose vulnerabilities up the chain and work with executives to reduce risk. I think most executives that I've encountered, they're very task-oriented. They have metrics to fill, they have shareholders to report to, they have the board that they need to respond to as well. So being very like manager, suggesting and advising, saying, hey, we got this vulnerability, it's going to cost X hours to complete. I advise that we fix this because the cost is going to be this. So you're being very direct and you're solving the problem. I think the other way also as a consultant is, again, conversing and exploring. So maybe they're not so direct, but you can explore, okay, we have this vulnerability. What happens if this happens to the company? Like if we have mass PI leak, what's going to happen? Share price tanks, we lose a bunch of customers. So you're taking on that exploratory and you are kind of facilitating their understanding of the risk and the issue there. no more questions. I was surprised there was one. Cool. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. That was a really good talk.
I thought BSides ran last year, so I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I was the same. It's like, no, last year was just a write-off for everybody time-wise. It's like, oh, it's going to be a year's break.
Yeah.
I've done it before. Cool. Alrighty. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the break. I'm going to hand over to Saj now, who has presented several times, big supporter of BSides Perth, and hand over for efficient defence, turbocharging security workflows. Over to you, mate.
Thank you. Awesome. So, folks, I'm going to try not to bomb this one, fingers crossed. So, my name's Saj. I'm the CISO of Kingside and the technical CISO of Bugcrowd. Both small companies, but do weird and wonderful things. I used to be the adjunct lecturer at University of Melbourne, so I like to teach things and hope people learn, fingers crossed. I come from web security background, so I made the web security course at University of Melbourne. So I come from security research, pen testing, red teaming, et cetera, and I used to be a software engineer, kind of like Aaron too, and I do a lot of bounty hunting and CV hunting. So why does all that matter? I run a team called the SHIELD team. You can basically think of the SHIELD team as a team of engineers. They're trained software engineers that we turn into security engineers typically. Why we actually go about doing this, it's cost effective, and the gist of it is that it fosters innovation. It basically pushes people to go and say, cool, you can do X, Y, and Z with your time, maybe look at 100 SOC alerts or whatever, but you can also get a bot to go and do that for you, which is typically more efficient, or it depends on how things go. My team deals with everything technical security. So pretty much from anyone clicking on a link in a phishing email or something like that, and trying to teach people not to do that, all the way down to finding an ODA and an EDR. So it's a lot of capacity, and trying to do that between 9 people is really, really difficult. So we turned our speciality into automations. Now, what's quite fun is we actually turned this entire thing into the SHIELD team purely because of the fact that a SHIELD is typically defensive, so you can use it to block attacks, but then again, you can also whack someone over the head with it and it hurts. So it's quite effective offensively too, and that's kind of the entire concept of how we believe purple teaming is. So the story behind this entire team is actually kind of weird. Funnily enough, I was the first security hire in Bugcrowd post their mass exodus. And I basically started off, and I was supposed to be there as a pen tester for their applications. And turns out I got heavily catfished. I came in and I was actually supposed to be doing a purple teaming role now. But oh well, you start off and try to figure it out. I was in the infrastructure team, so cloud infra. And if you know me, at least from the 2019 phase, my cloud infra is not very good. So it was a lot of learning, a lot of figuring things out. But then Bugcrowd ended up hiring a CISO. He came to Melbourne, we sat down for a bunch of beers and got talking. And then he realized that there was a really weird part of me which not many people actually cared about, which was the fact that I had been an engineer. So he turned around and said, I'll fund you, let's get you 2 engineers and go show me some magic. And that's basically what we ended up doing. So the gist of it was that tools cost a lot of money. And expertise costs money. However, human time is a lot easier to justify, or a lot actually more lenient than trying to go and purchase a vendor for $100,000. So what we ended up deciding was putting all of our money, or a lot of our money, into human hours. Now, I'm not saying we're going to sit down and rebuild something like CrowdStrike, because they do it a hell of a lot better than we ever will. However, there are things that we can do to make CrowdStrike more efficient, and things like that. So we basically provide our humans, our engineers, to go do something more interesting and try to build things in a very quick, agile, fast-paced way. So we decided Lambdas are cheap, and that should be our basis. And now, funnily enough, years after doing this, we decide AI is cheap, and it's also a great way of doing things. So we're going to touch on that. The real quick thing, the way we actually like to do things, just to lay it out in case anyone ever wants to, we Terraform literally everything, so it's all infrastructure as code. You can pick one up, spin it up within seconds, and you're good to go. Everything is a CI/CD pipeline, so we use GitHub, so GitHub Actions. It's all literally an action. You pretty much merge it in a master, and off it goes. Quality checks are done as gates, so hypothetically you don't meet a gate, it kills everything and you die. and all lambdas are created with specs or specifications stating that X, Y, and Z must be achieved, and you must actually properly fill out all the different areas to be able to state what a lambda is supposed to do. So the real process flow is that you would start out with the IAM permissions. Now, one big thing, you are a security team, so make sure you do follow the principle of least privilege. Preach, do as you preach. Allow list your resources appropriately, then move into building ECR images based off golden images. So it's literally just pumping whatever requirements you need on top of that. We find typically scheduling lambdas very effective because a lambda can run for a second or two and it's really cheap, and scheduling them for every minute is nice and easy. And then spin up your lambda and associate the image digest, everyone wins. Now, what exactly does my team do with these types of things? So we actually built our own custom anomaly detection because we hated vendors anomaly detection. We've gone through and built logging sources because turns out some vendors charge you about $30,000 just to get scene logs, and that's expensive. You can do that for like $2 with a Lambda. So we did that instead. Alerting on specific types of tools, perfectly fine, but we can do a little bit better. We automate on specific types of behavior, so things like snitching on people when they're doing something weird. Perfect example is when someone goes and posts something they shouldn't on Slack or something like that, we have bots that go through and find them, alert the team, and then the team goes and says, hey, wake up, don't do this. And then the other part is syncing between tools. Some tools just don't sync properly. Now, I know there's a lot of no-code solutions that can go and do this, 100%. However, when you run as lean as we do, we don't necessarily want to use them in all capacities. So my team runs about 80 different Lambdas currently, but the crazy thing is we don't actually have to maintain much of it because Dependabot and things like that just kick in and help us out. Does anyone want to guess how much this actually costs us to run? Any guesses? $200? How much is that?
Less than one engineer.
Less than one engineer. Definitely. So $200 a month is the lowest we have so far. Anyone else? Any guesses? $10. Ooh, aggressive. It's less. Our Lambda bill is currently, so in August 2025 was $1.35 USD, sorry. But September it was $1.40. So we went up a little bit, and that's because we deployed a new Lambda. But yeah, that's literally, I'm not exaggerating, you can check our bill, that's actually how much it is. Now, this does not include things like RDS, obviously, those are much more expensive. However, I'm talking about just the Lambda. So the good, the bad, the ugly. The good is it's cheap and efficient, it's crazy, crazy fast. It's interesting for engineers, so they don't get bored. We have crazy good retention rates in our team because we allow people to go and innovate, come up with new ideas, and we actually have these 6-week kind of sprint cycles for a specific type of task, which we call the innovation tasks, where they basically turn around, we give a single engineer 6 weeks. First 2 weeks is determine the task they want to do. They turn around and find the thing they hate the most in their job, and then come and tell me. Next 2 weeks is turn around and build a plan. So build a plan for how to automate it, and the final 2 weeks is actually building it out and testing it. So it's quite literally just that. How do you make your job less shit? It's allow people to do it. And it's fast-paced. It doesn't require a huge amount of approvals or anything, so we can spin up a Lambda in less than a day kind of thing. All you need is approval from a peer, and you're good to go. So nice and easy. Now, the uglies and the bads are pretty, significant though. It's hard to maintain if you do not build it properly. So you have to come in with a plan, you have to come in with a spec, and you need to know what you're doing. It is quite dependent upon people. So hypothetically, if someone leaves and they were the only person who knew about it, it's a single point of failure, which is bad. And the easiest way to fix that, document. But I mean, all of us know how bad that is. And if processes aren't laid out, there's always going to be knowledge gaps. There's going to be one person on the team who knows everything, and then no one knows anything about anything else. So it is what it is though. So an example of the type of thing that we've actually gone and built is the security approval bot. Now, each of these different bots that I'm going to show you today are kind of explained through the process flow are actually AI oriented. And at the end, I'm going to also tell you about our AI bill, which is kind of fun. So the first AI bot is a security approval bot. Now this obviously screams terrible idea to everyone here, because why on earth would you trust an LLM with it? And the truth is, you shouldn't. But there's a bit of a trick to it, and this is where you have to kind of change your way of thinking. Typically, security turns around and says no to literally everything. However, there are certain efficiencies that you can always gain by utilizing tools to your advantage. So you can have something like a Lambda polling for new tickets. It'll then go and identify possible, it'll start processing things, grab the different roles in this case. So we had fields in our forms stating, which role they actually want to take, and it will turn around and grab the authenticated user's email address. So it's something they can't spoof. The only thing they can really spoof is a predefined role. So it's from a Dropbox. Unless they can pop the actual form, there's nothing much they can really do there. So the bot will then go through previous tickets and documentation and then give some references to the engineer to make the decision. Now note that the bot is not providing any access, and that's basically how we kind of limit the amount of risk that we have. The bot doesn't know how to provide access. It doesn't have that access itself. All it has is read-only rights to tickets. Oh, actually, write to, but So then after that, the human goes in, understands exactly what is needed, and then says, cool, based off X, Y, and Z, this team is allowed to have AWS access, or they're not. And then we basically change the entire flow. What this provides us is basically a standpoint and the equivalent of Jira's related tickets, just done in a way that it remembers what things are and doesn't keep fucking itself up. So, no. Then if you ever have to do vendor risk assessments that are terrible and disgusting thing, typically they take like 4 hours if you're doing a proper technical assessment and digging into every bit of documentation. So our team turned around and tried to build a bot, and it was also one of the things that my team hated doing the most. Like think about a company with probably 100 vendors or so. You have to do an assessment for every single one of them. It's hell. Now, what we ended up doing was basically we figured out that there was a consistent format that our GRC team loved to give us all the details. So we grabbed that, pulled that into a Lambda, basically ran all of that in, and allowed the bot to actually reach the internet, so do web searches and things like that. It would go through, analyze the vendor's documentation, and then with our master prompt, break down things into the exact way that we would normally do an analysis, and then put in a private comment into our ticket. What does that do? It basically gives the engineer a little bit of a leg up and decreases the amount of time. Instead of 4 hours, it takes about half an hour to an hour, because they don't have to go and look for the information all over the internet anymore. So saving time, but once again, just an efficiency, not necessarily taking over everything. Now the next one that we have, and this was one where it actually does take over everything a little bit more, but we have a Lambda that goes through, and so we created a learning system for an automatic ask security a question type thing. And all it does is it basically has a Lambda that goes through all the tickets that don't already have embeddings. This is where we have an RDS in the back, which is basically a Postgres server. All it'll do is go through all the tickets, grab the embeddings based off the API, and pump it into PG Vector, which is a Postgres database. Then after that, all it's going to do is go through, grab tickets that already don't have a response, and very simply just create embeddings from the original question that they have, pump that into the database, do a string match, or embedding match more rather, and then try to get an approximate confidence. What we did was we actually just built in variables for thresholds, and then kept tuning the thresholds until we found it working right. And for us, it was typically 70% confidence and 30% kind of threshold on matching, which kind of, it'll depend on your actual company. And if you do want to know how we actually did the tokenizing, we used TikToken, and that was a 400 token window with a 50 kind of rolling overlap, which worked well for us. Once again, needs to be tuned and figured out. But yeah, the gist of it is that after that, we pump everything into an LLM, let that go through and make the decisions again, and then come back to the engineer and give a list of different references alongside their actual confidence scores and figure everything out from there. So it decreases your work once again, and yeah, it kind of works out pretty well. So this is actually our AI bill, which I think is pretty cool. 27 cents for the last month, and this month was 30 cents, which you can tell is a hell of a lot less than engineers. So trying to decrease the amount of time we spend on engineers and instead let those engineers go and innovate and do something useful with their time seemed to be a hell of a lot of a better idea for us. The gist of it here is that engineers are awesome. They build weird and wonderful things, and they can be cost effective if you allow them to be. So give them a chance, please. Thank you. Questions? Yep.
So the AI you're using for a lot of your lambdas, is that a custom LLM or like from another company?
No, we actually just use GPT-5 right now. Nice and easy.
How is the AI so cheap? In my personal experience, for example, using like a subscription of Cursor, for example, $30 or whatever it is a month, and then they'll add. If you go over that, they'll it's very expensive. It's best to go over. So how'd you get it so cheap internally?
So it's API based. Everything's done through APIs. You utilize it. So typically what we're trying to do is do pre-processing on everything. So squashing the data as much as possible, using embeddings where possible, because embeddings are cheaper than actual text. And that squishes down the amount significantly. And we also do a lot of pre-processing on the data to get it into the database. And that is done through embeddings. So it's kind of like small little wins that you can take. And if you can do everything through the embeddings database, then you're actually spending more money on RDS than AI. And RDS money is just consistent anyway because it's a monthly bill. So we spend probably about $20 a month on RDS. So, yeah. So, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Sajid. Great talk.
Thank you.
Good night. Busy. And the prestigious BSides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Boom, boom.
We've got a few minutes.
Everything's on and
I'll just quickly go to the toilet.
very much, because otherwise we'll run massively over. So I will hand over to Connor talking about deceptive defences, leveraging honeypots in OT environments. Over to you, mate.
Cheers. Hi everyone, I'm Connor. I currently work as a threat detection engineer. I'm CrowdStrike, but what this presentation comes across is it's all my experience in my prior jobs. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. So nothing discussed today relates to sort of my current work. My prior jobs, I spent about 7 years working in mining, water, energy, transportation. So that's both sort of rail, port facilities, that type of stuff. I have my certifications there. You know, I've done the GISP, the grid, so there's a couple of SAN certs. If you guys are interested in looking at OT security, I highly recommend them. I'm also a member of Professionals Australia. I know there's a couple of other members here as well. It's a union for IT workers. We do have a union with all the layoffs and reduction in forces at various tech companies. If you're concerned about that or anything else, come chat to me later. So why deceptive defenses? This really comes out from participating in a number of risk assessments and things like that, where I'm sitting at the table across from some engineer, some cybersecurity expert from a client system or something like that, and you can propose honeypots as a potential control to help somewhat offset some risk of something. And quite often, these controls will get rejected and things like that, and I'm just sitting there looking at the person across the table from me, and I'm just like, you just think this is too hard, and you don't know what to do. So what I hope to get across here is in a lot of these legacy systems, your SIEM, your NIDs, your endpoint defenses might not be appropriate because of the legacy environments you're putting them into, or they're deemed too sort of high risk to touch anything on the endpoint systems. So what I hope is that by the end of what we're doing here, you guys will be able to go to work tomorrow and hopefully able to play with this and potentially set something up in about an hour, right? It's not a scary prospect. It's only how you architect it and how you position it and how you set it up, which is really what you have to worry about. So what we're going across here, just to touch a brief history on honeypots. I'll go through the purpose types, use cases. I will give you some practical examples of where I have used this in the field. I'll talk about the global use for people who work for large companies who have a large distributed systems. Potentially, I'll show you how. We'll see if my VPN plays nice with actually being able to show you a live instance. So honeypot's old intelligence gathering tool. Sir Francis Walsingham, which was like Elizabeth I spy master, set up fake channels to deliver or collect information for some people involved in plots against her. You can find talk of people utilizing things similar to honeypots in a lot of intelligence uses or espionage uses throughout history. One of the more common scenarios, if we're thinking about cybersecurity, is The Cuckoo's Egg by Cliff Stoll, which is what I would say is recommended reading for anyone in cybersecurity, just because it's a really great story to start with, but it also provides a really awesome technical insight into a lot of the foundational concepts which we still base our career on. So Stoll was a physicist on loan to his university's IT department, and they had an accounting error on because they had to pay for CPU time back then between different departments. And so after a long investigation, he identified a hacker coming in from Germany and utilizing their servers to try and break into US defense institutions and stuff like that. It was a long process to track the hacker. So the hacker was coming in from the University of Bremen and would go through the German Datex, which was the German post office, essentially. It managed all the internet in Germany at the time. Went through Timnet International, which was sort of a switching service between international carriers. The problem was you had to keep the hacker on the line, so on the phone line literally, long enough for someone in the German post office to trace the cables to work out where he's coming from. So to do that, they created a honeypot with fake defense grants and documents and things like that to hopefully be able to keep this hacker on the line to work out exactly where he is. So like Sir Francis's traps for Catholic spies in the Elizabethan era, Stoll's honeypot gave false info to the attacker. This deception prevented the attacker from strolling elsewhere through the network. Because of this, the honeypot, because of the honeypot, the attacker was able to be tracked and then ultimately stopped. So while it's unlikely in modern era, now we would be able to, physically track and arrest the hackers that we see in our systems, we can still deceive them, and then by deceiving them, we're preventing them from potentially attacking assets that we do care about, and deceive them and hold them up long enough internally for us to be able to track what they're doing, where they're coming from, and ultimately this all comes into a consideration which is called active defense. So moving on, having a look at the purposes here. So this is probably a common conception of what people think about honeypot. I mean, you've got the Norse attack map, which was great when I started in cybersecurity, because every executive walks in, you could just throw this up and it's like, look, we're doing something. But this is the typical of what you see for honeypots: external systems providing lots and lots of information, but not really that much utility. And that comes down to, hey, you're collecting raw data, and raw data isn't necessarily intelligence until you actually analyze it. An IP address isn't intelligence until you start doing something, until you start applying context to it. So this presentation won't really be going into looking at intelligence or developing intelligence. There are a lot of utilities online that you can explore if this is something you're interested in. Honeypot traffic. So the deception of the honeypots, which is what we are focusing on here, is convincing attackers your honeypot is a legit, valid target. If you're thinking about the Swiss cheese model, that everyone's familiar with, a whole bunch of holes, and eventually someone's going to find a hole that lines up all the way through. They might already be in the network somewhere else and trying to find another hole. We want to be able to provide them with that hole and focus their attention and focus their time on that, so that they're wasted and we start getting alerts into saying, hey, someone's trying to check something out internally. We're collecting this information, we're acting on it as part of our active defense. So this is the DRKW hierarchy. Are we familiar with the first instinct fallacy? So the first time you come to a conclusion about something you're seeing, it's really hard to be able to shift yourself mentally off your original conclusion. A lot of the data, a lot of the patterns and things like that you start seeing, unless you go into some sort of structured analytical technique where you're breaking out the data that you're seeing and thinking about it in different ways and thinking about it with different conclusions in mind, you'll tend to start patterning everything into your first instinct. What we want to do with our honeypots as a deception tool is start interfering with this DRKW hierarchy. So the DRKW hierarchy, we want to be able to promote bad data from which the wrong context will be derived, which means they have now bad information about what's happening inside our network. They can apply the wrong knowledge that they have to that information, and then their insight is correct. Apply their insight to it, i.e. their own TTPs, and generate sort of bad wisdom from what they're doing. And through this method of us being able to create and craft tools internally in our network, which they're going to waste their time on, we now get an insight into what they're doing. So, honeypots, active defense. This is a term that I keep coming back to. So, we want to have these tools to be able to provide us with potential early threat detection. So, the traditional form of honeypots that I was talking about, where you got your cool Norse map and that type of stuff, that's sitting at the information stage, all the way on the far left of the active defense life cycle. We want to be able to put this into active defense, where it's like we're actually doing something about it. We can, we're gathering information on the TTPs, and we're strengthening security controls actively. Now I'll touch on types, just to make sure that we're on the same page about what honeypots are and what they do. So firstly, low interaction. These are quick, these are lightweight. A lot of these tools you can find on GitHub. They simulate limited services, so you'll have something like just an SSH endpoint or an open FTP server, something like that, where they log interactions with minimal sort of resources applied to them. The really nice about it to be able to chuck on a Raspberry Pi and throw somewhere and connect it up, and that's all you have to do. A couple of examples, Dioneer, Cowrie, you can find these tools online. High interaction ones. These ones are tools that do require analysis applied to them. So if you find yourself short on manpower resources, potentially leveraging low interaction honeypots is what you're trying to do in your teams. Where if you do have the resources and potentially do have an intelligence function that you can rely on within your cybersecurity team structure, then this might be a better solution. You have things like Lyrebird, which will have a vulnerable web application, intentionally vulnerable web application, but you man in the middle of all the traffic just to see what people are going on. From these, you can generate more in-depth understanding of an attacker's TTPs. Of course, you do have canaries. They're really simple, really easy to do. You can do these yourselves if you're going to shove it into Active Directory, or you can do your own DNS logging, that type of stuff. Things does their canary tokens, but it's easy enough to set it up yourself. So I'll just call out here as a potential tool you could utilize. Oops, yep, thanks. So our deployment considerations and risks. So each different type has its own risks associated with it. So if you are deploying it to OT network, you're going to have to consider this when you're planning out your architecture and planning out your controls. High interaction honeypots can essentially be considered full systems. If we think back to the example I had at the very start with Clifford Stoll and what he was doing to try and track down that German hacker, that had a full system of data of grant information and emails and stuff like that, which he put in place to be able to deceive his hacker. So it takes a lot of work and takes a lot of time to set that up. You want to be able to make sure that these systems that are potentially full interactable systems are properly isolated, from parts of the network where it could be someone is able to break through or break out of the honeypot that you've had into some other part of your network, and you don't want that to affect your critical control systems that you're concerned about. With alerting, this can be very difficult if you don't manage your alerting strategy very well. At the very end, I'll be showing a tool which I've utilized, which really simplifies collecting logs from a whole bunch of different honeypots into one centralized location. So, I mean, you want to figure out how you can, if you aren't utilizing a SIEM product because you don't have one deployed to your OT environment, do you have some other aggregation method that you're utilizing, some other way to get alerts, get information out of these honeypots? This really should be considered as a whole of operations approach. This isn't so much a detection engineering talk, but Palantir's alerting detection strategies is probably a good place to start if you want to start conceiving how you're going to map out these alerts. And finally, maintenance. Your honeypots, especially for external systems, will require upgrades to defeat mass scanners if you are hunting for information, if you are hunting for intelligence. Internal, maybe not so much, but this is still a risk to consider. These are live systems. You do have to maintain them the same as anything else. Here is an example from Cowrie, which is a honeypot. This is a GitHub issue from 2021. Essentially, a botnet figured out, hey, we're getting trapped in Cowrie. Let's set up a bunch of controls to see, bunch of commands to see, is this a honeypot system that I'm connecting to? And then not complete the last stage of its attack, which is what this honeypot was designed for, to collect the malware that's dropped. Very briefly, a table to sort of understand the purposes, the goals that you're trying to achieve. So utilize the tool that's appropriate for the job that you're trying to do. All right, touch on use cases. There's quite a few different places where you can deploy honeypot systems. Firstly, the very obvious one, detecting, sort of scanning, port reconnaissance, that type of stuff. You can sit this between your IT and your OT environments. If you do have that sort of level 3.5 DMZ, where you do have access through for one from the other. I don't know why those boxes are white. That's annoying. Blue, you have your IACS environment. Red, you have your IT environment, and your honeypot in the center. So sorry about that. I don't know why that converted to white. My bad. Monitoring untrusted vendors. So you're having someone like Siemens, someone like Schneider or whatever coming in, remotely accessing your OT network. And so you have all your potentially untrusted bad actors over here, and they're accessing a jump host in the center. Those accounts could be compromised by someone. And you want to set up your honeypot system to be able to say, if someone accesses my jump host and they don't know where they're going at the end of the day, how can I make sure that I collect someone who is engaging in reconnaissance activity? So this is a good place to be able to put a honeypot that sits offside of your ISCS network and collecting potential traffic, potential reconnaissance after someone's already compromised a third-party account. Dev test zones, if you're going to be able to replicating your OT environment into a development zone, this is often doesn't have quite as stringent controls, might not have as strict security, or it might not be collecting all the logs from it, but it could be something where some third-party integrator comes in and has access to be able to set up this in your dev environment, in your UAT environment before you push it out into the production systems. Again, this is where you would want to set a honeypot to say, is someone looking for systems which shouldn't be there, is just doing generalized reconnaissance, and you want to try and catch them at that point. Finally, legacy systems. I'm sure, this being WA, there's some people here working in mining, oil and gas. You have a conveyor weighing system which is maintained by some guy who works out of a shed in Dongara or something like that. There's all sorts of weird legacy tech which lives in these environments. I mean, as sort of one example here, I went into a risk assessment activity, and you're looking at, it was for a freezing works, and it was a system that maintains, the conveyor speed depending on the weight of the cattle or the lamb coming in through the slaughterhouse. And I was looking at it on a Windows 2003 server, cool. But all the sensors and stuff were communicating through something I didn't understand. And I say, what is this communicating on? This is Dave's protocol. Who's Dave? He worked here about 15 years ago. He's retired now, and helps us when we need help. So okay, cool. I have a bunch of questions. Where can I ask him? He's like, oh, we'll put it on the list. He sometimes the nurse helps him remote in on TeamViewer because we get him to help him out when he has a good day because he has dementia. So there's all sorts of weird stuff that exists like that, which you don't realize it is controlling some of these systems. So a couple of practical examples. Railway lateral movement. So I just need to be clear here, we have one passenger railway provider here in WA. I'm not talking about them. This is somewhere else. Love you, PTA. Thank you. My boxes are white again, fuck's sake. So this is a new train station for passenger rail expansion. The systems were commissioned sort of with minimal cybersecurity requirements at the start. The station BMCS, which is a building management control system, which handles all the lighting and the aircon and the vertical transportation systems, elevator, escalator, that type of stuff, was connected in had a HMI server system, which is this box here. Great. The vulnerability that we found is that post-commissioning for this station, there was a main switchboard, so that the power control switchboards actually had a little web server hanging off them, which is where they would facilitate shipping CSV files and things like that, which would be accepted by the BMCS HMI, which is how they built all their pretty graphs and stuff like that, which people would utilize. This main control board, which is this server thing here, sorry for my labels again, actually had access into line-wide PCS, which is the power control system, which controlled all the power for all the trains on the train network. Theoretically, you could access the web server, put a web shell on there, and then access the line-wide power control system. We couldn't put a, we considered, can we put a NIDS system here in the power control network while we get this defect fixed in the main control boards, but the switches there that were all legacy, that didn't have span ports or anything like that we could pull data out of. So what we ended up doing is putting a honeypot off the side of the, that was accessible by the main control boards to see, hey, if this was ever exploited, if someone did figure this all out, because these HMI systems were only protected by one of those wooden doors that you see at the train station, which is locked and it says communications on it. And it was just a computer that was in there that was always logged on. The reconnaissance would hopefully hit the honeypot and would identify that someone is potentially looking at the power control system network. This was all so they could get the defect fixed in the main control boards first. So our interim monitoring solution was put in place while the defect remediation happened, so it managed to mitigate the controls for our systems for long enough. I mean, the defect process still took 12 months anyway, but that's pretty good time. And yeah, then there was an upgrade plan for the power control system network to say, hey, it's probably about time that we replace these switches after 15 years. Second case study, looking at a water pumping station. Again, we have one water utility in WA and it's not them. Love you, Watercorp. It's somewhere else. Yeah, your white boxes. We have a remote pumping station. So this was somewhere in Australia. It is a remote pumping station for water. Physical security is very minimal there. You've got a barbed fence, and because it is remote, there wasn't good internet service, so you didn't even have CCTV at the time. Can't have a SIEM pulling logs from those systems because the internet link that they had just couldn't have all that data coming through. And also, American companies really don't understand low bandwidth. That's something I've continually come to learn whenever I've deployed a new product. So we couldn't put the link there between the IACS network and the firewall at the remote pumping station. So what we did is we slapped a small honeypot just on a Raspberry Pi, honestly, in the same rack at the remote pumping station. And this would be the only thing that would send logs rather than collecting logs from everything else. So really the risk that we were trying to mitigate is someone comes up to the remote pumping station, goes in through the locked door, which has a key lock, and that's about it. Accesses the systems in there and starts looking around to play with things. So that is that. Now let's have a look at, hang on. Seems like someone's trying to log into our remote pumping station. So we got a suspicious alert detected for that one, about 9 months actually after we put the solution in. Comes through to the SOC, and then you end up calling the cybersecurity engineers, dealing with the OT side, and they're like, we don't know. What's your plans here? We never made that IR plan that you told us to. No CCTV, as I said. They call the maintenance planners. Maintenance planners have nothing on at that site. Cool. Call the local security contractor who when he isn't doing this is working at target country. So he heads out there and rolls up in his Hilux just as, so he heads out and finds our local worker out there. So despite the coordination between our security team and the maintenance planners, it was actually, this guy was out here, he was working for the mothballing team, removing old equipment from the site, and I don't have a communication between them, of course. And so he was trying to make a change to some of their old equipment, getting ready to pull it out, and just basically hit the wrong asset. So what this came out for us, it was a pretty good solution. It was pretty validating to say, hey, look, this kind of worked for what we were trying to do. Someone that we didn't know was going to be out there accessing our systems. And even though this was a false positive, it was still a win for us. It meant that, hey, that IR plan that we said you guys should do, you should probably do that one. And we also found that the asset inventory system that they were working off there was some errors in there. So global use, if you're working for a site with systems all over, white boxes. If you're going to deploy your honeypot environment to the edge, you can gain unique information about potentially who is attacking you. So this is going back to getting information, getting intelligence about your honeypot deployments. And this is great if you have multiple sites all over, because you can start getting an idea of what's unique to different sites. This also works internally, although hopefully you're not getting a lot of reconnaissance internally anyway. When you're deploying to the edge, you're going to get a lot of the noise of the internet. And that's just all the scanners and stuff that happen all the time. There are ways to remove that. I mean, you can manually go through and you can look and you can say who's hitting me all the time. There are other people who develop these scanning lists themselves of, hey, here's the common bad actors. There's one example if you trust QR codes, otherwise there's a link. And excluding mass scanners from your list of data that you're having a look at can really start to reveal, it's like, hey, what's different here? What's new for me? And that enables you to start getting a global context of saying, what are we seeing at every single site? What are we seeing at only our sites in Australia or only our sites in WA? And what am I seeing only at this specific site itself? And through those stats, you can actually, you can do cool things of saying like, hey, executive, we're getting all these attacks specifically at us, and here's how I can show you that. So you can do this yourself, and this is the how. Where to start, you can decide sort of what honeypot for what solution you want to try and achieve. There are tons out there on GitHub which you can go through, you can explore, you can try and work out which ones you want. Or, this is my favorite, which I've started deploying at different sites, you can use this tool by Deutsche Telekom called Teapot. This is an all-in-one honeypot platform. The honeypots are all composed with Docker, so you can choose to what to pull down, what to deploy where. It automatically gets dumped onto an elk stack, which means that you don't really have to worry too much about the connection between trying to drag stuff into your seam and stuff like that. Literally 3 commands and you deploy this and it's set up and running and it's operational. The elk service, as I said, runs on honeypot. It has Nginx to provide you a secure way to manage and operate it. You can deploy this internally, you can deploy this externally, it doesn't really matter. So where to start for all of these is all of it. It's just that simple. You get your pretty Norse maps, so your executives know that it's worth spending money on you, as well as graphs to keep managers happy. And because it's a distributed deployment system, you can have it and you can say, hey, for this one site that I'm deploying it to, I can put one honeypot on my BMCS, one on my power network, one on some dev infrastructure that I've got. Or if you're multinational, you can say, well, I'm going to deploy one to a power plant I have in Spain, and one I have to a power plant I have in Australia, and see what's different between the two. That's sort of what I was doing with the last job, and I was, when I first wrote this, I had a practical demo to show that, but maybe now not so much. Live demo question mark. Just give me 1 second. No. It's not showing that screen. Sorry, my live demo question mark is very much a question mark. If you want to check that out, I can show you the deployment that I have set up, but for whatever reason, it's not showing up to the top screen. Key takeaways for this. Honeypots provide you with critical visibility that you might not have elsewhere, or you might not be able to deploy elsewhere. If you have systems where you have low bandwidth, or you can't really touch too much within that network segment, within that zone, then this provides you with an easy monitoring tool where you don't have to go through the arguments of saying, hey, put my agent on your system, please. Or, hey, we need to set up some sort of other syslog collection method. This can all just work, again, with literally 3 commands. Deciding on what honeypots you want to set up in different environments means you can almost customize it to be your site. You can go through all those tools that I showed on GitHub. You can customize the code for yourself, and you can put it with your own branding. So it makes it look like what's expected for your environment. Honeypots sort of within the active defense role, they detect unusual activity before it reaches critical systems when people are doing those reconnaissance within those zones where people come out where you might not have other controls that you're able to do. You can get valuable data on attacker behavior and use that to update your detection logic sort of live as you're seeing it, or put in security controls ahead of the attacker as you're trying to get them out of the system. Or it gives you time to be able to track down sort of where they're coming from and understand their TTPs. Finally, sort of some couple of key considerations. Choose the honeypot type that's relevant for not just the systems where you're deploying it, but also your team. There's no point putting a couple of high interaction honeypots in different areas if you've got a 2-person cybersecurity team, because you're not going to be able to manage it, and what's the point of putting that one in? Placement is critical to be able to ensure that the honeypots are in the positions where attackers are likely to come through. This is where you're, deploying the honeypot should be off the back of a risk assessment exercise where you're understanding where you have risks that you need to put controls in. Do I have a risk for a lateral movement from a vendor supporter? Do I understand, truly where, am I confident about this guy in Dongara actually having good cybersecurity on his end and managing his identity? And regularly review the honeypot data. It's no point just letting this log, because it's not going to be part of your active defense cycle then. It's just a logging tool. Thank you. You can find all my presentations there, and you can find the TPOT tool, which I recommend you check out and deploy yourself at the other QR code. Any questions?
Great talk. You spoke a lot about attacks, sort of looking at them, at the attack coming in through the pod. Have you had any experience in actually emulating the end device? So the sensor or the PLC or whatever the case is, and right at the end, emulating it and using it as a honeypot. So if anybody's hitting that, which is not an active device, obviously it's going to trigger.
The question there was, have I had luck? I spoke a lot about people coming in and that lateral movement risk, have I had luck with emulating end device, the PLC systems, that type of stuff. There are honeypots out there which do that. It requires the customization of truly understanding your equipment and be able to present it in such a way. There are tools out there which replicate the Siemens S7 endpoints and things like that, which you can use, and it collects all the commands that would get sent to it and stuff like that. The question would be sort of to think about, for your risk control and where you're putting those controls in. At that point, is that the most appropriate place to put those type of honeypots, or are there further controls upstream where it would be potentially more appropriate, or you're going to find more information? Those type of putting something at that level, down at level 0 or level 1, where you would see those type of PLCs and things like that. That's where more you're seeing, hey, something's communicating to something which I wouldn't expect, and that instantly triggers, hey, this is something really bad to go check out. You wouldn't really be collecting too much information at that point.
How many deployments of honeypots are you kind of seeing actually modeling industrial control systems?
That are publicly out there. There's one main system called Conpot, which people tend to use. It's the one that looks at the Siemens systems. But a point to understand about industrial control systems is at that level 3.5, which is what we'd call the industrial control DMZ, level 3 sort of operation control things, they look very similar to IT networks. You don't need a lot of specialized tools to be able to replicate or to be able to present an image of what an industrial control network might look like at those higher levels. I mean, you really don't want anyone progressing lower. You don't really need to dedicate too much time and effort into emulating other behavior. You can make a very convincing top level overview, which hopefully should catch or deceive most people that you're worried about. Cool. Yep, sorry. Most unusual case study I've had so far. I mean, the two I put in there were some of the, were perhaps the more unusual one. The passenger rail network was certainly interesting to be able to find first that, why is there a web server in an electrical switchboard to start with? And then understanding the full scope of being able to say, okay, this can actually communicate to other parts of the network. That one I'd put at the top. Yep.
You mentioned at the start to insinuate about using professional organisations. Is that running? Is it something you have a link to, or is that in planning?
That was a question about PA the union. That's running. I mean, we've been running for what, 30 years?
What game is that?
Professionals Australia.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Just BSides quick. Have fun, man. Thank you.
Thank you. How's everyone going? Thanks very much for having me here, and also thanks for such an amazing event. You guys do an awesome job. All right. Trumping musky infosec noise. So this is a talk about a tool we make at work called TalkBack. We've been building it for a few years, and you might have seen me present about it, but this is the first opportunity to present at it with BSides Perth coming back this year. So I thought it was a good opportunity to show this is where things are at. So hopefully if you haven't seen the tool, you learn about it, and if you have seen the tool, you learn more about it, and you can find some useful stuff out of it. Just a really quick, what is it? It's a smart infosec aggregator. So it's something that pulls together resources from the internet about infosec, and we really wanted to gear it towards helping people with their time, their focus, and their sanity, keeping up with information. So why? Why build something like this? I guess the first thing that comes to mind is how much time we spend in a digital void, which is sunk onto apps in our phone, and how much time we actually spend on this percentage-wise in our lives. So these are all obviously apps that are designed obviously to engage you in some way, but they're also designed to make it addictive and get you back and get as much of your screen time as possible. And the thing is, we know this, right? So we know that they're designed to do this, but it's very easy to fall and get stuck into this void, but it's hard to pull yourself out. It's kind of on each of us to work out how we're going to get out of this cycle. There was a really great video last week. I would butcher trying to pronounce them correctly, but I really love this channel. They did one about, is AI humanity's final invention? And one of the things that's quite interesting that they talk about was when AI systems are first coming out, they're learning from human data on the internet. And now there's this cycle of AI crap going back to the internet, and then these systems are rereading and referencing that information again. So it's a really interesting time for content and where things are at. But then moving to cybersecurity. So that's the universal apps and technology in our digital lives, but what about cybersecurity? So it's a very broad field. It's also an incredibly deep field as well. So there's a lot of information at different levels in different topics and domains that we all might be interested in. And there's many ways you can keep up with information. So you might be a member of like Discord, Slack channels, Signal groups, but you also might subscribe to newsletters and podcasts, whatever you use. And it's all disjointed, and information is in different locations. Over the last 15 years of Reddit, once a month, like clockwork, a post like this comes up. And it's basically, hey, how do you guys keep up with information in cybersecurity? And then all the replies are like listing RSS feeds, and they recommend things like Hacker News and Bleeping Computer, and a bunch of stuff to use. This is just, people are also saying, I'm actually looking at building an app to aggregate this, so this comes up all the time, and then you never see anything about it again. And one of the more recent ones is like, this has been covered to death on this subreddit. You should search, and you're just going to find 100 instances of the same question. But one of them here is like, there is no single source. So what is TalkBack, and what is TalkBack trying to do? So in a simple nutshell, it's designed to be fully autonomous infosec resource aggregator. We first released it back in 2023, very early on, and it's had steady development since then. I presented on it when we first released it at local Sec Talks, and after about a year gave a talk at BSides Adelaide about it with some features, and then BSides Canberra with some more features. And where things are at now, it's actually a pretty stable system, doesn't have too many changes. We're pretty happy with where it's at. So today I want to talk about all the features and show them off, and hopefully you can see how you can use the system. One of the things that's different versus presenting it in the past is that we've had feedback from lots of users about how they use the system now and their use cases, so that's kind of useful. We built this for our team to use, so we are actually having an organized set of data about public resources is super useful. So we do assessments on software and hardware and a bunch of other stuff. So having access to public information and being able to access it quickly is really important. But we also made a decision to just make it a free community tool as well. So that's what I'm showing today. Person who develops it primarily is Sebastian Mackey in our team, and he's done a pretty awesome job at building all these cool features. A few principles which we have run with. So the one was like keep it as simple as possible, but we wanted it to be not dependent on human curation. And that was a really important thing, just to remove our own biases. So here the next point is about reducing editorial biases. And that's really easy to do because people who are making curated lists of resources have their filter bubble, basically, of what types of things they're interested in, and will selectively choose what content they want to include. So we're trying to avoid doing that. Free, no ads, and also we wanted it to be a really clear design, like UI-wise, but also consumable in many ways. And hopefully it's fairly snappy performance-wise. So yeah, the way it works is when resources come in, we just want to index them and we want to get the full text of whatever the resource is. So whether it's a blog post or whether it's a PDF document or whether it's a slide deck, we want like all of the text and we want to then be able to store that. So on this particular screenshot is this showing that a blog post, we want to have the body of the resource. So web pages are kind of funny because they have the headers, the sidebars, the footers, so we just want the thing which the article is. And then in PDFs, we want to be able to or any document. We use Apache Ticker for extracting out that information. And then we stuff all the data into Elasticsearch. But where does data come from? So one of the questions on Reddit is, what RSS feeds do people recommend? So TalkBack subscribes automatically to thousands of RSS feeds, and it also subscribes to many different types of social media accounts, things like Reddit and Twitter. And what it's basically doing is maintaining a list of RSS feeds. Everything that it's seen throughout time, it has its own inventory of RSS feeds, and then we automatically poll it for new updates. But we do the same for social media accounts as well. So people who are sharing information about technical resources or whatever it might be, we're capturing those users so we can poll from them as well. We also reference conference archives, and the reason we tapped into this was because a lot of Louis had his talk this morning saying like there's lots of research and things are coming back in cycles. So we wanted to be able to, if you're looking up a topic, you can then say, oh, this was actually talked about at a Black Hat presentation or something, some other presentation from 2001, for example. And that comes up quite regularly, that sort of thing. So we index Black Hat, Usenix, and a bunch of other conferences. All of that's automated. And I said that we didn't want to interfere with manually tuning stuff. So we also tap into this idea called curators, which is when people usually have their job to curate cybersecurity resources and make them available. So they will be talking about maybe something that's been trending from the past week or the past quarter. So Risky Business does their weekly newsletters. ThinkScape's quarterly do a quarterly PDF. So we grab that, we pass it, we extract all the resources they talk about, and then we highlight this, that it's been talked about by a curator. TLDRSec is quite popular. CTO at NCSC, it has a weekly blog as well. And then Louis curates a bunch of things that he's found popular from the past week. So we see when humans have talked about this stuff, and we use that as a way of just flagging that these particular resources have been talked about by one or many curators. When resources come in, we have the full text, we want to be able to add as much information as we can and extract useful information about a blog post or a paper. We save every resource that comes in into the Wayback Machine, and we archive it. And it's available via the Talkback UI. We calculate reading time. We grab CVEs and CWEs, so vulnerability references like CV-whatever, and CWE, which is vulnerability types. We grab MITRE ATT&CK campaigns, software, techniques, and cross-reference it to the resources as well. We generate word clouds and screenshots, and we do cross-references between what this resource is talking about versus other resources that reference it as well. So you might have a blog post that is talking about something, but it's maybe inspired by some previous blog post 3 years ago, and maybe there's something that has come out that references this blog post that you're reading as well. So you can see that on the right. So you can see the vulnerabilities that are referenced by this particular resource with the CWE, with the CVSS score, and then the references where this is talking to something 1 month ago, 2 months ago, and then it's referenced by something in the last day. One of the things that's been pretty fun to work on has been to categorize things. So we wanted to have, for all of our resources, throw them into buckets and categories. So we then know that, and it can be many, so you might have a resource that is a blog post pulling apart some malware for some sort of device. So maybe that's categorized as malware, and maybe it's reverse engineering, maybe it's forensics. But we want to be able to put those things into buckets, and we do that using an LLM, and we give a confidence score for every category that we think it's about. So this is 90% confident that it's about exploit development, and it gives the rationale as why it thinks it's about exploit development. Then we also want to grab, in addition to that, what is it talking about? So this blog post talks about exploit development, about Chrome and V8, and it's extracted that out and given the context of it. But these are now like entities in our data model, which we can then pull up and query and run all sorts of stuff on. And the next thing is summaries and rankings. So I said we use an LLM for the categorization and the classification of resources, but we also use it to generate a TLDR for every resource as well. So you might have like a 40-page document that takes you a while to read. So we break it down to a 5 bullet points to summarize what the content's about. And that's just so that you don't have to read the whole thing. You can just quickly skim if you want to read the whole thing or not, make your own choice. And then the next thing is making a ranking score. And so the ranking score is something that we've been refining pretty constantly. And the idea is that we have a weighted formula for a number of attributes and features that are in Talkback. So when we're calculating a score, it's basically 1 to 100, trying to say how good something is, how interesting it is. And we look at things like, has it been featured by curators? What are the cross-references looking like? So like, has it been built on or references other things that are super reputable? We look at the social media score and the weight. And then we factor in all these things and then come up to a 1 to 100 score. And you'll see that shortly in regards to how that works. So using Talkback. So I guess before I go into each one, so we built the UI to be mobile and just normal desktop friendly, so you can use both pretty seamlessly. And it's evolved quite a few times. Like it was initially like just a dump of resources, and now when you use it, you land on this landing page, and this is showing like key resources that are trending for the past 7 days, and then you have a preview pane as well that can always pop up. This preview pane shows a screenshot where it's hosted, what the reading time is, a summary, and then like the LLM summary of what this content's about as well. And you can see that little icon at the top next to the date, and that just says you can save it for reading later. It shows you how it was categorized and why, so application security related, what topics it talks about, and then you can view and see more information about this if you want. I'll come back to that shortly. So that's how the preview works. We also have like trending vulnerabilities from the past 7 days and trending topics from the past 7 days. So this is one way you can enter the data set. Library and inbox and chronicles, you can are different features, and then you have feeds and newsletters. Search is, I'm trying to keep up with the GIF. Search is basically using Lucene syntax, which is pretty powerful. We have an API, which is free, you can get an account for, and we have newsletters. So I'll run through all those examples now. But that's how it looks. The main thing is about resources, and like what is a resource could be just anything, like a blog post or a paper or whatever, but it's a consistent view in regards to what that resource is about. So I have two examples. The first one is this Fortinet post from very recently. So you see like the title, you see the summary, what categories, what topics. We show where it's hosted, so it integrates with Shodan as well. We show how long the reading time is, the screenshot, the AI summary, the word cloud, and then how it was categorized. So this is mostly about malware analysis and network security. And then you can see the cross-references to another article from Fortinet, which you can then preview as well. And then this has the same thing. You can just go down the rabbit hole if you want. And then this talks about MITRE attack techniques. So it's about spear phishing and scheduled tasks for code execution. And I have a second one, which was after seeing the GPU talk yesterday. And so it was a great talk, and it was about a lot of other presentations and blog posts. So this is showing a blog post from Star Labs about 2 CVEs. So you get the summary, is the exploit development reverse engineering. It's about the GPU driver here, and then the 2 CVEs. But one of the things here is you can see all the references, including a paper to Usenix from like 11 years ago. So it's really useful for being able to see like things that came before and other things that reference this. And this is showing, if I'm looking at the CVE, like what other posts in the TalkBack database have information about that. So hopefully people find that useful in regards to getting to information quickly, but also seeing past work, which is really useful to be able to get to quickly. We've been, this has been maybe one of the biggest features for us at work, which is finding, like using Google or an LLM to find past work is really hard. So we want to be able to make that a bit easier for ourselves, and we hope other people find it useful as well. So browsing the libraries next. This is the resource view in TalkBack, so library, and it's just has the same preview pane, and you have filters, so you can sort by chronologically by risk rating. You can select date ranges. You can do full text search with the Lucene queries. You can select categories and topics that you're interested in, CVs, CWEs. You can change your sorting order by our rank, by our date. You can change how this interface is shown, and you can do quite a lot with it. But there's also a drop down here where you can then hone in on vulnerabilities and do the same. You can also drill in on categories, so you can enter the library this way as well, and you can hone in on a specific category. And the next one is topics. So topics are super useful to browse. So if I'm interested in this particular authentication protocol, I can see all the different papers and blog posts and stuff that have talked about that. So yeah, that's the library section. And then we started with that basically, and then we started getting feedback from people who are using the tool saying, oh, I use it every day, or I'm away for a week and I want to be able to catch up on information better. So we worked on 2 separate views to help people like that. And there's 2 main UI features. One is called Inbox and the other one is called Chronicles. So the idea with Inbox is it's kind of like a reader where you can then filter by technical resources, news resources, by type and by category, and you get this like simple like summary of what it is with a screenshot, and you can say what you're interested in, just like what you're not interested in or what you are interested in, and it will save it so you can read it later if you want. So this is kind of like just a quick way of getting through all the stuff. So when you save it like that, and you select that button, that will remember it, and you can just either have it saved locally in your browser or persistent to your user account, but then you can come back and read it further if you want later. So this is one view which is quite recent. And then Chronicles is the idea of capturing information by week or month or year. So this is like looking at it from a weekly perspective, but you could change it to monthly. And you could then sort it by chronological or by how it was rated in the system. So you can see like the hottest stuff based according to TalkBack by month, week, or year. And you can also filter by categories. So if you're interested in certain topics, such as like industrial control systems or something else, you can just go, I just want to go back in time looking at that stuff. So that's what those 2 features are. And then GraphQL, we made an API available, and what you can do is you can log in and you then just get a token, and then you can integrate that into like your own code to do stuff. But we chose to use GraphQL so that it's quite flexible for people to be able to understand what the schema is and then make up their own queries. But we also have RSS feeds that we created as well. So we publish the RSS feeds pretty regularly. I think it's like every hour or so they'll get updated based on what TalkBack has seen. The RSS feeds are just there in the more drop down, and then you have like technical news or by category. And then you can go to the API and we have like this how-to page. And this is just a way to quickly test and prototype your queries. So I'm using GPU and Mali from yesterday, and it's just selecting the ID and title, but then I can go through the schema here on the left and I can add what additional attributes I want to query for. So in this example, I think I'm going to select what topics, the TLDR, and I think the CVEs, which are relevant. And then I should just be able to rerun this and get all that data. So then I have all that as JSON, which I can work with. And the other example here is if you have a unique identifier for a resource, you can then get all that information as well. So this is like the OpenAI summary, a bunch of other stuff. So that's how you can use the GraphQL API. The feeds, we've heard of people who are just like throwing that into like Slack channels or Teams channels if they're interested in certain topics, or integrating it into their Feedly or something like that. So this is a way, when going back to what I was saying before about people on Reddit saying, what RSS feeds do you recommend? Kind of technically, TalkBack should be following all of those ones, plus a lot more, plus getting all this extra data. So then you should be able just to use these feeds if you want. And then we've had some people who have made their own apps for TalkBack kind of recently as well. So someone made this Slack bot, and I think they're extending it to Teams as well. So what you can do if you're interested in, and it uses the GraphQL API, it doesn't use RSS feeds. So if you're interested in watching TalkBack for specific references or to certain keywords or certain combinations of queries, you can do that and then get a feed, and it will just be pumping them into this channel. So this is available on this guy's, I think he's in the UK, Paper Mountain Talkback Messenger. And had a bunch of like, it was good that someone was integrating with it because we fixed a bunch of bugs and we made it easier for him to integrate with. But now you can see that like all of that data we're extracting is now available in the feed as well. So it's better than just an RSS feed, which is like URL, time, date. So you have all this additional data as well. And yeah, the final example is newsletters. This is basically the Talkback Weekly Chronicles, where you have that weekly view. And obviously there's like TLDRSec, and there's a bunch of other email newsletters around. But I was saying about like that filter bubble, which can happen when people are manually curating information. So this is automatically going through every category and then showing like, I think it's like a certain amount of top resources for that week summarized. So we have the AI summary plus the score from the system, and then all of these links go to Talkback, so you can then jump to that resource in the system and save it to read later. So this is this view, which I just showed, is obviously in the UI, but that same text, that same content is emailed every Monday morning. So we've had that running since last year, and you can go back through all the history of all the newsletters as well. But we've had people saying that they subscribe to it, they filter on the categories that they're interested in, and then they get a weekly digest that gets emailed to them every week, and then it just helps them with their routines. So yeah, those are the features that I wanted to show. I think I'm quite early to finish up, but I guess to summarize where things are at. So it's been like a pretty steady amount of development effort, but nothing too crazy. It's all pretty achievable. It's a pretty simple system, but we hope that it's useful to people and that you can actually save time and be more productive. And there's now enough kind of ways you can interface with Talkback, so whether it's the UI or the API or RSS feeds, that you can make it work for you. We've been finding it really useful for now our assessments and what we do at work. And there's potential for things like doing like more, leveraging the data more to look at trends and things that are happening for specific types of attributes that are in the system. It's available at talkback.sh. You can email us if you have any requests for features or bugs or whatever. You can just shoot us an email and let us know. We hope you find it useful. And if you do, please tell friends, colleagues, and so on about it. We find that most of the users are coming from like Europe and the US, and like Australia has like a small amount of people using it. But if you do find it useful, like tell people who find it useful. But that's it. Happy to answer any questions. Yep.
Just a quick one. I had a look at your categories. Excuse me. They're very offset focused. Any idea or any more GRC focused type topics?
At the moment, probably they might be there, but maybe the categories are more offensive security focused. So we were thinking of changing the categorization to be more similar to how Black Hat defined their presentation tracks with like GRC or human factors of security and stuff like that. So I feel like maybe the resources might be there and you might be able to find stuff that's useful, but maybe the way it's presented and categorized isn't quite right for you at the moment. But I think that's something we definitely need to improve for sure. The categorization, like that classifier, when we update it, when we change it, we have to run it back through the history of everything. And the history of all the data goes back like 30 plus years, so it costs us a bit of money, so we've been a bit of reluctant to change it too crazily, but I think it does make sense for us to update the categories for people of different backgrounds. And so yeah, definitely, I think it's a good idea to do that. Yep.
You sort of answered the first part of my question in that previous answer, is what's the retention of data like?
Yeah, so we want everything, and since it's been, so we initially seeded it from data from Reddit. So Google BigQuery has like Reddit databases and stuff. So we use that for our seed, which goes back to like 2008, 2009. And then we looked up all the RSS feeds, and then we scrape all that data, and then we did the conference archive. So the data itself goes back to like the 90s, but there's coverage gaps, particularly around other conferences, and there's like other archives that we should index, which are online, of like cybersecurity stuff. And then we just store it all forever. And we archive it with the Wayback Machine as well, just in case it gets taken offline, because that's always a problem. So yeah, we just want to have, like, information and data is really important now, and it's getting more and more important. So we're just trying to save everything we can, so it should be infinite retention. Oh yeah?
Second question. You mentioned one of the things as part of your mission, I suppose, was to remove the human bias.
Yeah.
In addition, you spoke about how there's a lot of AI regenerated content out there, which is just,
Yep.
the same thing provided again. How did you engineer that out with your sort of rating algorithm? What were the things that you focused on to?
Yeah, just trying to think, like, I think it's just from like, the bias is like, if I look at domains or where it's hosted or what company it is and go, oh, no, I'm giving preference to that, I want to increase their weight or some factor like that. So instead we tried to look at the data model we capture, and the more attributes and features we have in our data model, the more we can refine it and tune it. So some examples of how we've refined that is stuff like when you see that a person has done some research, let's say several years ago, and over time many people have referenced that, and then those have been popular, then that initial bit of resource is going to be weighted with a bit more credibility due to its knock-on effect later. But you also have like all these challenges about like companies get bought and then like their sales team take control of their blog and then they spam a bunch of crap to it. And so there's all these like realities that happen. And so we have to, we like have seen spam coming in from places that used to be really reputable. And so then we have to consider like the frequency, are there sales pitches in this, like all this additional stupid stuff I didn't have to worry about. And, but I think the cross-references was probably the most powerful. We calculate something called the home, and the home is like, let's say like github.com/username. That path is the home for where someone's publishing stuff. But then let's say you have like a company website that's foo.com. It's different. So we calculate where the home is, and then we look at the history and trends for every home, and that goes into the scoring as well. So if a company has a track record of like smashing home runs with what they do, then the other thing which I mentioned was the curators. So when curators talk about stuff and about homes repeatedly, then that's building up the reputation of that company or that user. So it's been, but yeah, the flooding, like that thing about like sales teams taking over or whatever it might be, quite a few times ago, oh, we have to think of something. And it might be changing, like social media is a really bad example because something kind of silly or simple might get like 1 million upvotes, whereas something super novel gets like 10. And so that gets a very low weighting in our scoring system. It's more about like past reputation and where like reputable curators have jumped in to say something. So that's been quite fun to work on and abstract it out. But we wanted to avoid, like we could have it so like when we publish a blog post, like ours is front and center, but we don't do that for anyone. So yeah, it's been a fun problem. I think it's relatively reasonable now. So if you look at Chronicles and you go back for like weekly and monthly, and you look at what's top 10, top 20, top 30, you probably go, oh, it's pretty reasonable. Like, yes, that's a really good quality article. But if we see something that's wrong, we have to then go in and think about like how we might tune it. Any other questions? Cool. Well, thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Let's go ahead and keep that change. Why not? That's better. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Just going to try and adjust the raise.
Okay, I will do an intro and then out of the way. So this is Luke talking about Ghosts of the Gateway, ODAs, the blind routers, and invite APTs. So just have a bit of screen up and over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you plug that in when you get a chance? Testing. All right, it's working. Hello, everyone. My name's Luke. This presentation's called Ghosts at the Gateway. I'm sure you've all done some pre-reading about it, so I'm not going to talk too much as to what it's about. But essentially, in my head, I saw it as a David and Goliath battle between me and my ISP, who decided to disable a feature that I wanted on my router. This is basically just documenting my efforts to get it back and my learnings along the way, and a couple of CVs that fell out of it as well. So in terms of the agenda, I'm going to do sort of an origin story of how I ended up in this position. I'll talk a bit about UART, how you can use that to interface with not just routers, but hardware in general that supports it. I'll talk a little bit about the process for finding the bugs, and just, you know, for everyone's benefit, it's not super technical, so everyone will be pleased to hear that, I'm certain. And then I'll talk a little bit about why I think routers are becoming a more attractive target, not just like APTs, but just digital miscreants in general. I've got a few demos to run through as well if we have time. I actually forgot that I'd be holding a microphone, so I don't know how this is going to work, if it's going to work at all. We'll see. We'll see how we go. And then if there's time at the end, some Q&A. So for those that don't know me, I do know some of you in here, but for those that don't, my name's Luke. I'm a senior pen tester at a major Australian bank. I will let you guess which one. 5 years pen testing now, been in security probably 10 plus, just in various fields, everything from web apps, mobile, infra, and cloud more recently. In terms of certifications, most recently OSED, but also have OSWE, OSCP, Gmob from SANS, and CRTO from 0 Point Security. Most importantly, I'm father to a beautiful baby girl who is my reason for getting out of bed every morning, even if it is at stupid o'clock, like this morning, for example. So I'll set the scene. It was last Christmas. I was at my dad's house. And I was thinking, well, I would love to access my music on my home network. Now, my home network, despite my job title, is not very good. It's a fairly flat network. There's no fancy stuff like VLANing and firewalls and switches and whatnot. It's just basically what you see is what you get. So we have my ISP, which at the time was IINet. And they were kind enough to issue me with an Archer VR1600V router, which is that beautiful thing right there, which is the star of today's show. So on my network, we have my Xbox, my Windows PC, and my NAS. And my NAS was where I wanted to access all my stuff. So in my head, I'm thinking, all right, I've got two main options to go about this, right? So I can enable port forwarding, which for, I guess, those that need a primer, it's if we imagine my beautiful secure network right there, and we divide it into sort of the external zone and the internal zone, where external would be my public-facing IP, and internal would be my internal IP addresses, obviously. What port forwarding does is it allows us to essentially punch a hole in the external facing side. So, for example, we could open up port 111 TCP, and we can have that mapped to a specific internal host on a specific internal port. So for all intents and purposes, port 1111 would go to port 22 on my NAS host, for instance. Now this is pretty easy to do. It's available in the admin web portal. It's just a couple of clicks, so that's good. The downside is that it means that service is going to be directly exposed to the internet, which is not so good. Now, in this example here, I've got port 22 open, which is fairly battle-tested, SSH. But just imagine that you're not running SSH, and I don't know, not to name names, but maybe you've got Plex Media Server or something, which has a critical vulnerability in it. If it's facing the internet, it's just going to get pwned, and you're not going to have a great time. And even if there is no sort of vulnerability in it, I'm sure anyone that's ever run like a service on their home network knows the minute that you open it up to the internet, you get a ton of bots that just are relentless. So that's option one. Option two is that we can run a VPN service on the router. So what are we talking about here? Well, in the case of a VPN server, we would open up a UDP port, so it's 1194 in the case of OpenVPN, on the router, and that's running an OpenVPN service directly on the router. So after the clients have done their authentication and whatnot, essentially the router will manage a separate pool of IP addresses, so 10.8.x, for example. And then once the client has that IP address, for all intents and purposes, they're on the internal network and they can browse to whatever host that they wish, provided there's no firewall rules or anything in the way, which in my case there's not, we know. So again, that's fairly easy to set up. I do remember seeing the VPN tab when I was casually browsing the admin web portal at some stage, so I assume it's easy. For some reason, it does feel safer than just directly port forwarding and exposing the host. I'm sure that's debatable, but again, VPNs are all encrypted and whatnot, so it feels safer. And if I get stuck, I saw there was a ton of tutorials online that I could follow on YouTube. So naturally, that's the route I wanted to take. So I open up my YouTube tutorial, and it says, okay, navigate to the OpenVPN tab. So I go to my admin web portal and look for it. I'm expecting to see this, but when I log in, I see this. So you can see it's a very, very cut down version of that admin web portal that we probably saw in the tutorials. And I know it says I'm in the basic tab here, but I can assure you I went through every single tab, I went through the advanced tab, and it's just not there. So what gives? So I do some digging online. I'm an expert Googler, and I come across this forum post. Believe it or not, ISPs have forums. And a fellow digital Karen has basically complained about the exact same thing that I have, that their OpenVPN server functionality is gone. Now, the moderator for TPG has said for vague security reasons that they've chosen to disable the VPN service on the router, and that's that. So that sucks for me. There's no VPN functionality. So at this point, I feel like I have two options again. I can buy a newer, and let's face it, better router, which is going to be the easiest of the two options. It's going to let me do all that basic security crap that I should have done from the very beginning, so like VLANing, firewalling, and all that. That's just going to be available straight out of the box. That does cost money though, and for those that know me, I'm notoriously cheap. And if you look at that bad boy up there, all those antennas, all those LEDs, they look expensive. Option two is I hack the router. Oh, that's going to be great, I thought. It's going to be just like the movies. I'm just going to type really fast at it, and then it'll open up a shell, and I can have my VPN server back, and Bob's your mother's brother, we're good. I also thought, it's probably just some Linux variant under the hood, so all I would have to do is find an OpenVPN binary, push it up there, and run it, and we're good. The problem is, I actually don't know how to talk to the OS of the router. So that's a problem to overcome, but naturally, that's the route I want to take. So where do we begin? Well, like I said, we need a console onto the router, and I'm sure most of you know that routers, even those big fancy routers with LEDs and antennas, don't have HDMI output ports. So you can't just plug in a screen and see what's happening, and you can't plug in a keyboard and start typing away at it. So that's a problem. The only way we're really going to be able to talk to it is indirectly via the network services that it's exposing. At least that's traditionally how you would do it. That is until I discovered UART. So UART stands for Universal Asynchronous Receiver Transmitter, something to that effect. And that's a common mechanism for developers to basically debug the firmware that they're building. Because when you think about it, they need some way to look at it and see what's happening behind the scenes. So that's exactly how they do it. So UART is a set of typically 4 ports. Sometimes it's doubled, but it's usually 4. They're directly on the circuit board, and they have 4 functions. So VCC will supply power to it in the event that you're not connected to mains. Ground port will provide a shared reference voltage between devices, so they know what's signal high, what's signal low, and that they can communicate properly. RX, as you might imagine, accepts data into the device, and TX is what sends data out from the device. So if you look at the diagram there, it's a pretty accurate representation of what's happening. So what do we need to start talking via UART? Well, we need a couple of things. First and foremost, we need a multimeter. You might be surprised to learn that despite having universal in the name, the order of the ports between devices are not always the same. They could be different. So we need a multimeter to diagnose which port is which, essentially. We need a USB to UART device, which is the sort of half-baked image there in the bottom left. And that's going to be doing the translation between the UART ports on the device and the computer that we're using to interact with it. We'll also need some header pins and wires, which is the image on the right. And the reason is on production boards, they typically remove these, as you can imagine. So we will need to resolder these, and that, surprise, leads us to also need a soldering iron and some solder. not just to necessarily attach the pins back to the board, but sometimes the traces to RX and TX have actually been cut by the developers, so you can't tinker with it, which is what I found as well. All right, so we're going to try a demo. I have no idea if this is going to work, but let's give it a shot. We'll pray to the demo gods. So I have my lovely assistant, Brent. Okay, so he's just going to, yeah, see, it's not working like right away, so we're off to a great start. Oh, great. Okay, and again, it's going to be difficult to hold the microphone. We'll see how we go. Okay.
That should be good to go.
Hello. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. Wow. Very nice. All right. I'll just pull this out. I'm sure we don't need that. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is try to identify the ground port. So for this, we need to switch our multimeter into continuity mode. It is on, isn't it? No. Oh. It's the same God. It didn't work. All right. That's okay. I have a backup. No dramas. You're just going to have to hear my lovely voice. Are we all ready for the next problem? No sound. That's okay, I'll narrate it. I'm ready for this. So, the device is now in continuity mode. The first step is to place the black probe on the grounding plane. So on routers, the wireless antenna gold plate there is always ground. And then we probe each port until we hear a beep. Now, we don't hear a beep because there's no sound, but that red light indicates that we found ground, which is on the far left port. In this next step, we plug the device into mains power. We set to DC volts, put our black probe again on the grounding plane. And this time we power the device on. And whilst it's powering on, we probe any of the other ports. So in this port here, you can see a consistent 3.37 volts, and it's fairly steady. It's not changing. So this indicates that it's probably the RX port, and the reason is that there's no keyboard input that's being sent to change that signal. So the next step, we do the exact same process. Black probe on the grounding plane, turn the device on. And now this port here, we suspect will be the TX pin. And the way we will know for sure is if we start seeing a fluctuation of the electrical signal, which I'm hoping will appear now. Yeah, so that's the console output coming from the device. So we know for sure that that is the TX port. I probably had something else in the voiceover, that's why it's not exactly lining up, but yeah, it's the TX port for sure. Cool, so the next step is to plug it now into the UART USB device. So there is a pinout specification for this in my slide, which I can show after. But essentially, we just want ground to ground. We want the TX port of the UART to go to the RX port of the UART USB device, and vice versa. Then all we need to do is open up a PuTTY session, set the connection type to serial, COM3 is the USB line for this, and then we set the board speed to 115/200, which is a fairly common board speed. So yeah, what we do now is we just power on the device and we cross our fingers. I mean, I don't have to cross my fingers, it's a demo and I know it works, but there you go. So now we can see the output from the device, and we can also start sending keyboard input to it as well. Okay, so back we go. All right, so I do all that, and I now have console output from the router, and I unfortunately find there's one more step for me to overcome, and this is where I sort of start to need to think like a pen tester. Typically, on these devices, once you get like a UART shell, you just drop straight into the shell. But not me. I ended up at a login screen. So obviously, I can't re-enable OpenVPN until I'm logged in. So this is a problem. Now, I like to think I'm a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to default passwords. It is my job, after all, to know these things. So I've tried all the ones that I know about: root, admin, root tor, all that stuff, and nothing was working. I know that the passwords on Linux are hashed in a file called etc shadow, sometimes etc passwd if it's old enough. So yeah, it would be great if I could get that and potentially be able to crack the password to get in. Now, obviously I don't have access to the system to get it, but if only there was a way I could dump the file system and see. Well, it turns out that I could. So I don't know if you saw in that very blurry demo, but when the PuTTY session was open and the device was booting, it said something to the effect of press T to interrupt boot. And if you do that, you get presented with this screen. It's called the CFE recovery shell. And that lets you do like a few basic functions prior to actually booting the operating system. One of those being to dump the flash storage, which is the file system. So great, that's exactly what I need. Now, this is a fairly short talk, so I'll just say and lie. There was absolutely no problems with me doing this. Like, I just dumped it and everything worked and it was great. And I had the file system. So my initial plan was to mount it and then just start browsing the files. But again, problems. Seems to be a theme for me. I couldn't get it to work. So I went to plan B, which was to just mount the file itself in a hex editor. Just hit Control F and start looking for things that might be the password. So like admin or password or things like that. And I made this video. I don't know if there's going to be sound, but for those of you that know the show Archer, it documents my experience. Hell yeah. So among the valid passwords were admin1234, guest, and test. Which means we have a couple of findings. Now, any good pen tester worth their salt will take one finding and make it two, so that's exactly what I did. Very weak passwords, and they're just sitting there on the file system with no encryption. But cool, I now have access to the router, and snooping around, I confirmed that it is in fact a Linux system, like we suspected. It is compiled for the MIPS architecture, which I found out later isn't uncommon for embedded devices. They typically are compiled for MIPS. And most importantly, the OpenVPN binary is still there, which is fantastic because I didn't have an OpenVPN binary compiled for MIPS. So, mission accomplished, right? Not really, because while it is great that I can perform surgery on my router, crack it open, wire it all up, get the OpenVPN server running, anytime that the router resets, we would have to do it all over again. And you might be wondering, well, why can't we just set it to run on boot? Why can't we just set it up as a service? And the reason is because the file system is actually mounted as read-only. We do have admin access, so we can remount it as read-write, make the changes we want, and then hit save and reset. But that's when I encountered the scenario on the right, if you change the file system, the CRC hash no longer matches on boot time, and the whole device is bricked. You can ask me how I know. That's exactly how I know. So ultimately, we need remote code execution on the device. So we're actually sort of circling back to where we were before, where we can only talk via the exposed network services. So again, part of my pen testing process would be to run an Nmap scan to see what's listening. So that's exactly what we do. Now, there's a few sort of common services there that we can see. There was sort of no instant wins for us in terms of code execution. A lot of this stuff was custom, developed by TP-Link. So as you can imagine, not a very popular set of software to find vulnerabilities in. So we're going to need to do a bit of work in terms of getting our remote code execution. So I figured the best bet was going to be the admin web portal. Reason being, we already have the default credentials. They're printed underneath the device, so that's easy. It's admin, just in case you're wondering. I knew that the web app must interact to some degree with the operating system, right? Because there's a lot of functionality in there that is going to need to call some sort of OS level stuff, right? So, for example, the image on the right there, we can see there's firewall and DOS protection there. So you'd imagine that one of the things you can do is supply an IP address and have that IP address blocked. So it's probably going to output a command like the bottom right. And as part of that command, that part there is probably going to come from us because we're the ones specifying the IP address. So if we're lucky, we might be able to inject new commands into that process. So to give a bit of a primer as to command injection and what it is, well, on Linux, there's a couple of different ways you can go about sort of performing multiple commands. So if you want to do 3 commands, for example, you can do them one at a time, like the image on the left, just one after the other. You can also chain them together and separate them out on a single line via a semicolon character. And you have the exact same result. So you can probably see where we're going with this. If we go back to our example and we supply an IP address, if the web app is not filtering that semicolon character, we might be able to supply not just an IP address, but a semicolon character and an arbitrary command that we want to run. So bottom line, we're going to want to see what commands are actually being run as we're using the web app. So we do have the console access via UART, but that's not going to let us see what commands are actually being run. It's going to let us see the output of the commands that are being run. And the reason is because the commands are going to be ephemeral, so they're only going to sort of be there for like a second as the web app's doing its thing, and then it's going to disappear from the process list. So we need a solution to essentially make sure that every process that runs is going to be available for us to view. Now on Linux, there's a tool called BSides which does this for us. It basically runs the PS command, makes everything look pretty, adds color, and yeah, it just looks nice. So this would be a perfect situation, a perfect tool for us in our situation. But I couldn't find a PSPI binary that was compiled for MIPS. And as you can probably sort of tell, I couldn't be bothered to figure out how. So when you think about it, all that PSPI is really doing is, like I said, running the PS command like every so often and formatting everything to make it look pretty. So my solution was, well, why don't we just do that? Why don't we run it a whole bunch of times and and then we've basically solved the problem. So that's what I ended up doing. That was my sort of duct tape solution for PSPI. All right, so with that in hand, it was time to do my non-technical dynamic testing, which is just a lazy way for me saying that I couldn't be bothered doing anything difficult. So as I mentioned, there was, throughout the whole process here, there was no decompilation, no reverse engineering, nothing like that. My plan to find this vulnerability was very, very simple. It was to just use the web app, start from the very top, work my way down, find anywhere that I could put some input, and then hit save and use my duct tape piece by solution to see if any commands were run in the background. So I didn't have to look very long. In fact, this screenshot is the vulnerable page, the very first one. I made some changes, I hit save, and checked my piece by output. I thought, that looks interesting. If config ptm 00 down. Let's see what the web request looks like that generated that command. So, without making too many assumptions, it looks like that ptm 0.0 is coming from us, and we might be able to get code execution via command injection. So again, I'm pretty short on time, so I'll just say absolutely everything worked. All I needed to do was put a semicolon character in, and we had code execution. Hooray! So while it is great to have command execution by hitting send on the repeater tab in burp, I wanted an interactive shell to basically save my sanity. So a couple of ways you can do this is you can try running SSH. So unfortunately, this device did not have SSH. It did have Telnet, SSH's ugly cousin. So we essentially tied the SH shell to Telnet via this command that you can see here, and then we ran it and crossed our fingers. Hey! And there we are, and that's my multimeter beeping. So there we go, remote code execution, hooray. And you'll see the first thing I ran was kill all CWMP. That's foreshadowing. You'll find out in a second. So although that's basically mission accomplished at this point, I thought to myself, hang on, I never updated the router, ever. So how did I get here? How did my OpenVPN functionality disappear? Well, that's where CWMP enters the picture. So many ISP routers have a remote management service. It uses the CWMP protocol, which is HTTP based. In the case of our device, it runs on 7547. It's actually the same on all devices as far as I know. And the ISPs can use this service to forcibly upgrade your routers over the internet. And most scarily, it cannot be disabled by the end user. At least not in the case of Archer. I don't know about the others, but cannot be disabled. So to sum, we have an internet accessible service that's open 24/7. You might be thinking, well, how do we prevent attackers from abusing this service potentially? Now, most ISPs will just simply limit what IP ranges can talk to the service. That's because the only ranges that need to talk to the service are the ISP, their ACS service specifically. Now, surely this has been applied to this device. Surely we can't just hit it from some random IP address. Well, turns out that we can. And I think this is a finding in and of itself, so I've incremented the finding counter there. But yeah, it's accessible to any IP address on the internet. There's just no filtering whatsoever. Okay, so it is wide open. Now, surely there's not default credentials for this service floating around the internet somewhere. And there are. So here we are again with weak passwords. Now, they did, I don't want to give them too much of a bad rap. They did take the opportunity to put TPGCPE before user and pass, so we'll give them that. But nevertheless, there's default credentials for the service available. So again, we have an unstoppable service that we can't stop at all, which APTs and ISPs as well can reach into my gateway. Now, I did discover, thankfully, that the purpose of this service doesn't really, the fact that you have the credentials, it doesn't really matter, right? Because its only purpose is to essentially be kicked into reaching out to the pre-configured ACS URL to pull down new firmware. So the fact that we have the credentials means that we can just kick it and say, hey, go talk to your ACS and get your latest firmware. But even if that's the case, it's just a running Linux binary, right? So if it accepts input, it could be vulnerable, just like any other binary, right? So is it secure? Well, this is me browsing the default directory for this service, so you can see it is HTTP based. I can't give too much away of this one because it is still technically a 0-day. But with a little bit of fuzzing, you can just knock it straight over. So that's great. Okay, so now I'll talk a little bit about why I think routers are becoming an attractive target. Well, that's because embedded device developers, they're really terrible at security. I was barely trying with this, and there's 6 things that have sort of rolled out of it. I also did discover that firmware is often reused across certainly manufacturer-specific devices. So if you compromise firmware on one device, it's quite likely that you'll be able to see that exact same thing on another device by the same manufacturer. The update mechanisms that we were just talking about, they are WAN-facing. It's very rare for routers to have WAN-facing services, so I think like these devices, like the small office, home office routers are going to be quite an attractive target. And tangentially to that, like I said, they are used mainly by small office, home office users, and they've already got crap network security, like myself included. And there's a lot of them. So some stats from Shodan, port 7547, just the CWMP port in general, there was 43 million devices that got returned. And of those, 3 million were TP-Link CWMP. I know that because of the fingerprint. I'll show you in the next slide. And I must reiterate, it cannot be disabled by the end user. Like, that is a pretty serious problem. If there's a vulnerability in it, and there's code execution that comes as a result of it, your network's just cooked. So yeah, there's the screenshots there from Shodan. So the TP-Link service returns a very unique fingerprint there, TR069 HTTP server, and that is available on 3 million endpoints. So yeah, quite a fair bit. Oh, okay. Now, I'm just going to play the video. I'm going to need to narrate it because there's no sound, but I'm just not risking it.
In this demonstration, we're going to be looking at the 2
Oh, I can't. Let me just... All right, so first thing we're going to do is connect to the device. I've got a little service monitor thing in the bottom there, which once it comes online, you'll see it all light up green. Even in my recorded demos, there's problems. Jeez. Okay, so yeah, services are up. So the first script I'm going to run is the RCE script that we just talked about. So the thing that opens Telnet. So here I'm going to the admin web portal and just starting a new session. Funny story, the reason I have to do this and get a session key instead of like just giving it the username and password is that there's some very convoluted encryption done client side of those credentials before they're actually sent to the device. So I found that it was actually just a lot easier to just log in, get the session cookie, and then use the session cookie. So yeah, we will now, with the session cookie in hand, just run the RCE script. We give it the IP address, 192.168.1.1, and the session ID as well. So that's just going to do what we sort of discussed in the previous slides. It's going to open up Telnet via the command injection and then just automatically launch into it. Cool, so now we are connected via Telnet. The second demonstration is going to be the denial of service for CWMP. So you'll see that the CWMP service gets knocked offline as the script runs. Now we can re-enable it via the console, and then we can just knock it straight back down. And bring it back up, and knock it back down. Hey. Yeah, so we can just do this indefinitely. So yeah, it's quite a problem. All right, and that is it. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns? Yes.
Is the CWMP enabled only on like telco provided arches, or is it on like store-bought?
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, it's only on the ISP issued devices. I don't believe it's enabled by default on ones that you sort of get from the store, for example. And that's particularly just because the ISPs sort of mandate that the firmware developers push updates. It's sort of part of their contract, is my understanding.
I'll be sure to check my 7 and 10 device.
Please do. Yep, up there. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
There's a user called SU.
Oh, yes, I know about that one. Yeah. So that's been removed in the latest firmware. But yes, there was a built-in root account for this web app called SU. And there was a default password that they didn't bother to tell users about. So if you, for whatever reason, exposed your admin web portal externally, an attacker could get in with just that set of default credentials, and it was really bad. It was around for years, I think, before they patched it out. I did try that. I did try hunting for that password again, by the way. I did some actual proper reverse engineering after. It looks like that whole account's been nuked now, so at least that's a win. Yeah.
When you kick CWMP and it's looking somewhere remotely to find the firmware, that remote resource that it's looking for, how is that actually set? Is that just hard-coded by the ISPs when they deploy it?
Yes, it's hard-coded in the firmware. You can change it. Actually, no, you can't, because they changed that functionality. So yeah, just repeating themselves now. But yeah, that is pre-configured. And it used to be that you could change it via the web admin portal, I'm pretty sure. I remember seeing it. But yeah, in terms of out of the box, it's pre-configured.
Because that's the only defense against the default credentials against the CWMP.
Yes, that's right. So in theory, if you were able to somehow remotely set the ACS URL and then you kicked it and said, go get firmware, it would go and point to whatever you've set. So if you're someone that's malicious and you've put something in there that's just going to your evil server, then yeah, they're cooked.
Sorry, we're going to kill it there because we're actually worked on right through the afternoon break and we need to do the slides for the closing and get it today. So if you've got any more questions, grab Luke after while we set up. Probably a 5 or 10 minute break now just while we update slides and then back for this afternoon. And thank you to Luke.
Sorry about that. Oh, thank you very much.
Does your glamorous assistant get one? Yep. Oh, it's getting close. Yeah, sorry, I would have started this a minute ago, but I was too busy closing slides. So I will crack on as we get close and hand over to Cole, talking about beyond coverage and capability, shining light on the real application and security problems. So, Cole, take it away, man. Hey everyone, how are you all going today? Yeah, good. I'm not a clever man. I'm very thankful that Nige and Dolls gave me some Panadol because I had way too many old fashions last night. So, and afternoon slots, whew, I got saved. Because this morning I went and met a lot of my team members down near the lake. And I thought to myself, like, yeah, I could absolutely live here. But then I realized I'm living in the bougie part of the town, so probably not. So that's kind of broken my love story. Anyway, my name's Cole Cornford. I'm Australia's application security guy, I guess, at this point, because I do a lot of annoying things on LinkedIn. So I run Galar Cyber, a software security company. So if you need help with random software security stuff, hit me up. Maybe I can. We have a lot of different types of customers around the world. I've had some really weird engagements and also a lot of really fun ones. I love being a dad. My family was overseas in China for a month and they came back last week, so I get to spend a lot of time with my kids. And the first thing they said to me is, "Dad, you've gotten fat." which is really great. It's just exactly what I want to hear from my two little ones, you know? So I'm really thankful to have the opportunity to be presenting at BSides Perth. And like, that's one of the great things about going to community conferences is it's about the community. So yeah, let's make more friends over here. Now on to software security stuff. I'm going to promise you all something that we're going to explain why coverage and capability are flawed ways of measuring your software security programs. We're going to outline a new framework that I've called the 5 I's for some reason. Explain why I'm including each of the I's in there and provide metrics for using it, and then get some Q&A from you all, okay? Now, I'm usually a pretty happy person. I've got at least 3 people in the audience that can attest to that. I've got 3 people who put their hands up, 3 people who think I'm a happy person. I've got 1, 2, 3, yep, there we go, good. But I've been pretty angry at the coverage and capability narrative. I think it's false. And I was thinking about it when I was doing a webinar towards the start of the year, where I was talking about what the trends that I'm expecting over the next couple of years to be. And I was thinking, I was looking at the slide deck and thinking AppSec products are failing our developers. And we were seeing a lot of this, where I was talking about, we have different types of products that have evolved over time to solve different types of issues in software security. Like we have pattern-based static analysis tools that'll look for like hard-coded regular expressions or AWS API keys and so on. Eventually moving more towards data flow or taint analysis-based static analysis. But we know high assurance is usually manual interrogation of source code or doing penetration testing. But then the industry realized that, reading every single line of code is very expensive. So we've got to go find other ways to find vulnerabilities. And so we started introducing lots of capabilities. Now we have composition analysis to look at all the different dependencies that we have and the vulnerabilities associated with them. We have containers to look at like container security and infrastructure as code scanning. We have dynamic scanning to look at what's happening, like simulating basically a penetration test, and all of these other acronyms up the top that I can't remember what they stand for. So I got my bird brain on, and I was thinking, wait, coverage, like, why are we doing this? Like, is it a good thing to have like 30% of our applications have a WAF in front of them? Is it better to have 70% of our apps or 100% of our applications have a WAF in front of it? I don't think that that's a very good thing. The same as like, is this the way to measure an application security program is the number of capabilities that we're introducing? I thought it was about reducing risk. I mean, it's easy to measure you can, time scale stuff and say, hey, we have more apps now covered by these different types of controls. We do more programming languages, so on and so forth. If the line goes up, the executive gets happy. If it goes down, they get sad. It's just horrendously ineffective. So, let's think about coverage. Is this good coverage? Yeah. Why is it good coverage? Yes, go Perth. It's where the people are. There's not that many people who are living in central Australia as opposed to on the east and the west coast, right? I think that if you're focusing on introducing controls to get 100% coverage across things, then it means that you're spending a lot of extra effort on things that don't matter, right? Here's a common question. You need a WAF. Who needs a WAF? You need a WAF? Do you need a WAF? You need a WAF? Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah. It's great. We'll just set our entire environment on fire. It's fine, and just burn some money or pay. It's good for Cloudflare. Their stock is up 150%. But then, if you go back to those metrics I was talking about, what would be a little bit more appropriate is probably having a WAF in front of your API gateway and then having that talk about different resources behind the scenes. Well, does that mean you have 100% coverage of all your internal applications with a WAF? Maybe. No. Capabilities. So this is from a product called Aikido, and it's an application security posture management product. Look at all the things. Wow, it does so many things. Oh my gosh. That's just assuming ASPM, Any individual one of those capabilities is challenging to get right. Here's a bunch of different static analysis tools. And I'll say a few things that I've come across in my days about using and trying to run out and do static analysis. This product doesn't support Java 22. This team uses Poetry, not PyPI. Sorry, can't use that scanner. This product decided to delete my integrations because they got acquired by a bigger business. This business unit is on GitHub, and everyone else is on-prem TFS. I can't swap tools without breaking all my legacy systems. I got invited to play golf with the sales rep. It's just very heavy lifting with a lot of overheads, So I worry about every time we introduce an additional capability, you create a maintenance effort for every single one of those. You often have overlaps, a lot of duplication of work, a lot of change management, a lot of process. So I was thinking, this is basically the same as the thing I was talking about before, coverage and capability, more coverage isn't necessarily an improvement in security, and more capabilities, is that justified for the cost that you're putting into it? So I went from having a bit of a love story to saying that it's trouble, So what could work instead? What's a different way of doing things? And I was thinking, we need something that's cool, like the ASD top 4, the Application Security Directorate top 4, the Essential 8, top 10, Nifty 9, Software Serious 7. And then I landed on, that's it, 5 eyes. That's it, it's so easy, it's brilliant. And then I was like, okay, well, I've got to make a backronym from this, so we'll go with 5 eyes. I want it to be risk-oriented because I see so many people who just misunderstand what risk is. Is an open door a problem? What? Yeah, entirely situational, It turns out that you probably want people to come in and listen to my talk. I also wanted to make sure that we didn't focus very heavily on just purely the technology part of running an AppSec program. Because there's often, as software engineers, which is the traditional pathway for most people to move into software security, they tend to focus on the software aspect and not on the other parts. And voila, this is what I came up with. The 5 eyes. You can inform, understand the threats, your current state and what your business goals are. You iterate, because you can't stop learning and you need to keep improving. You need to innovate because every business is unique and you can build unique solutions for them. Integrate, because tech doesn't play nice with each other. and influence, because sometimes you need a stick and sometimes you need a carrot. Yeah, I know. Like, why didn't I think about it? There's six up there, but it's 5 eyes, okay? So let's start with the first one, which is innovate. Who works at an enterprise? Is this calendar familiar? So where's the managers and directors in the room? Just love this. You have two things that happens when your calendar ends up like this, which it invariably does. This is the only time I get work done, late at night. Or, well, I'm just going to go put my hard hat on and start firefighting constantly because I got no capacity to actually think about things. Everyone agree with that statement? Who are the late nighters and who are the firefighters? Firefighters, hands up. Yeah, late nighters? I feel bad for you two. You shouldn't be late nighters, you worked for me. Main thing is that if you're either having to use all your outside of work hours to think about work, that's not so great. And if you're firefighting constantly at work, that's also terrible. You've got no time to think about things. And that means that you're not necessarily doing the right things, you're just doing things right. One of the things back in the day that Google did was this idea of 20% time, where they'd say, hey, 1 day a week, as long as you spend it building something, maybe you can innovate and come up with something cool. And they did. They had Google News, they had Google AdSense, Gmail and Google Maps came all out of that 20% time, just telling smart people to go off and figure things out for themselves. And then they became an enterprise and killed it. But I still like the concept. I like the idea of like having some, capacity walled off, because those success stories come from having some capacity available to actually innovate about stuff, right? Like one example I have is GoSDL. So that came about because of Slack. So Slack had issues with getting engineers to be doing a lot of just like self-service about understanding what requirements they had. So they built this product called GoSDL in that innovative time to help get them to start doing like secure by design checks and self-serve that. A local company that people have heard of called Seek built this product, Listo, very similar, but it was done independently to Slack. OAuth SAM came about because a lot of people at, I think it was Synopsys, had a benched time when they were doing consulting. And they figured, oh, why don't I have a way to like do security assessments in a structured manner, right? Now, I'm not saying that every week you need to have people innovate, because the beatings will continue until innovation improves, But it's important to explicitly call out that you need thinking space. Now, integrations. So we have a lot of SaaS things, a lot of clouds, like green cloud, yellow cloud, pink cloud. Pink cloud's my favorite there. We have a lot of legacy. So it's very hard to integrate all of those different things together. Like you all got the lines and the drawing. How do you connect them? How do you make them work? Let's give an example. Who's worked with GitHub before? Oh, yeah, good. Oh, I love it all. Yeah. I once did this, and no one in the room put their hands up, and I was like, you're all software engineers. Anyway, the general situation I see is if everything is in GitHub, you'd say, well, of course, I'm going to use GitHub Advanced Security, because then it's in a single ecosystem. I don't need to worry about it. It just works, right? And then your development agency gets acquired or merges with another business, and suddenly that other business has GitLab and Bitbucket and GitHub. And then you start asking questions to yourself like, which of these is the actual source of truth? Do I migrate things from GitHub to GitLab or GitLab to GitHub? Or just stuff it all and go to SVN? How do you cover the gap? Because if you have GitHub Advanced Security working in the GitHub environment, what's happening for all the GitLab code, What's the preferred security products, or how are you covering this? What happens if there's duplication across all of these things? Over time, businesses, get bigger, they get additional technologies, they aggregate and they grow. And so you need to be prepared to manage the integration challenges that are going to keep occurring over and over as that happens, right? And if you don't do your preventative maintenance, then your car's going to break down. And I've heard people say, oh, what about just ASPM products that just do everything, or ecosystems that do everything? Well, that's great. We're just going to buy another company that uses a different ASPM product. Oh, so we've got 2 ASPMs now. You need to consolidate, you need maintenance, you need support, you need integration work. Influence. Now, I like to think that developers are a bit like dolphins. They're clearly intelligent, we just suck at communicating with them. We need to convince people to do software security. It's not so easy. The most common way to see it, sticks and carrots. See with the stick, you put a door up, you block and frustrate people, and they're going to try to find ways to get around the door. With the carrot, it's more of a doormat. You can just have people walk all over you, and like, what security are you actually introducing to the business if you don't actually meaningfully change behavior of people, right? So it needs to be a bit of a healthy balance, right? Does anyone know the marshmallow experiment they did like 30, 40 years ago with kids? They basically gave a bunch of kids a marshmallow and said, if you don't eat the marshmallow in 15 minutes, you get another marshmallow. And then they reevaluated those kids later in life and saw that the ones who could wait and had the self-discipline to just chill and get the 2 marshmallows ended up becoming lawyers and doctors and more high-demand professions and doing more successful in life because they had that inner discipline. So I think that is totally bogus, and we need to give developers marshmallows immediately. I don't have time to wait because they're going to move on, they're going to get new jobs. Like, the average tenure for a developer is like 1.1 years. So if you're trying to spend like a year building a relationship with them and getting them to think about the right behaviors and so on, they've already moved to the next job. So you need to do things that change behavior immediately. So you can look at all of the positive, nice, beautiful things to do, like give rewards for good stuff, or tell people that they're really smart and handsome. Look at all of the vision for software security of the world. Give them recognition, give them swag. Or you can go the other way and go full authoritarian and say, I'm disappointed. Create friction, make it hard for them to do their jobs. Put contracts that say, don't be dumb, don't introduce security vulnerabilities. Have objectives, have accountability. You need to have a balance between carrots and sticks. Otherwise, when we're going out and marketing and educating our workforce and trying to get them to do the things that we want them to do, they're not going to listen to us, right? And we need to do that, even our JavaScript developers, And don't just stick it in a policy. No one's reading it. Never, they won't. Iteration. Now, businesses change over time, and so do the risks that they have. What kind of issue is this? I'd say, and do we have any exploitation developers in the audience that might be experts at this?
Is it a user after trade?
I don't know, you're the researcher. You tell me. Anyway, 20, 30 years ago, this was like the most common type of security vulnerability people were talking about was like buffer overflows. And like nowadays, like people are starting to think of concepts like prompt leakage or goal hijacking and so on. So like the types of attacks and the things that we need to be protecting against and the technologies that we're protecting have fundamentally changed, right? And so if we're not iterating on our programs, we're not preparing and changing what we're doing for that. So yeah, our AppSec activities need to change for the technology that we're using. And the other thing about this iteration is it needs to be on a set cadence. I think quarterly is best. I think doing it faster than that, if your team allows you to do that, because some companies are really good at doing things in short cycles, like sprints, 2-week sprints, month sprints. That's great too, but you want to be trying to make sure you do it on a consistent cadence. And going back to Inform, I think that it's important to go out and inform our peers in the broader industry about the work that we do and what types of challenges that we're having within software security, but also more broadly, cyber. I love going to conferences and just talking about this kind of stuff, about the things that I see. Here's me being annoying with my friend Toby. So make sure you go out there and tell your friends what types of challenges you're encountering and try to see if they can help you out as well, right? Don't just stay in silos. Now, there's a lot of different metrics that you can use to be measuring the effectiveness of each of these I's, but I pretty much always end up going back to NPS. Now, it's not easy to measure, but that's the hard thing about hard things, right? And building a good AppSec program is really hard. So stick to something like this, and maybe you'll do all right. Anyway, my promise to you all was that I'd be able to walk through... No. Go back to the other promise slide. My promise to you all was that I'd explain why coverage and capability have flaws, outline a new framework called the 5 I's, explain their inclusion and provide metrics, and I have done that. So I'm Cole. Thank you very much for having me here today at BSides Perth. Any questions at all for Cole? Probably got time for one. Is it? Thank you. Yes.
And the prestigious coin.
Oh, coins.
I'm not nearly that deep. I'm going to run through a sort of generic overview, very, very high level, on the current state of email security. We're going to look at a Microsoft-specific component called Direct Send, primarily from the attacker's perspective, so why they like it so much. We're also going to look at a sort of new edge case we accidentally ran into that made what we thought at the time a fixed environment vulnerable to this Direct Send bug. It's sort of around the questions of sort of I want to fix, exploit, or watch out for this Direct Send thing. What can I do? So at a very, very super high level, what is email? So basically, we've got our Gandalf guy here. He's got an email. He really wants to send it to his friends, the Eagles. So he just sort of shoots that across. Everyone's happy. In reality, though, it's extremely unlikely on a network that these two guys are going to be right next to each other. They're not going to have a direct connection. There's going to be something sitting in between them. So they can't talk. So instead, Gandalf has this fantastic idea. He'll have a chat to his little moth friend and say, I've got this email I've got to send. The moth's a bit of an idiot, so he just flies off to the nearest flower he can find, gives the flower the email. The flower finds a bunch of rocks, shoots the email across to that. Thankfully, one of the rocks sort of waddles over to our eagle friend. He's all happy. He's got the email. We're cool. This is basically how email works. In my head, at least. Unfortunately, when they were inventing email, none of these movies were made, so they couldn't use them as a reference. They had to rely on these things called words, and they basically took all these words and they put them into these things called RFCs, requests for comments. These basically dictate how email will work, how certain things on the internet will work, how computers should be communicating with each other. If you want to get involved in sort of that email process, you have to follow these RFCs. These things aren't sort of private, they're all public. You can go on the internet, search for them, read them if you really hate yourself for some reason. But if we have a look at the one for SMTP, so it's like back in the day, I think the 1980s this one came out, they had no concept of the passwords. Passwords were not included in this RFC. There was also no concept of authentication, authorization, nothing like that. Obviously, looking back now, there's a massive security issue with this. But you have to remember back in the day, sort of 1980s, these things were just being invented. The people and the places that were playing with these things, think like universities, people just playing around. It's not that they didn't consider these things, they just didn't consider them to be super important at the time they were being developed. Thankfully, though, they did manage to squeeze in the word blah, blah, blah at least 10 times within this one. So kudos, I suppose. So if we jump back to our really clear example, this lack of authentication, lack of password, those sorts of things opens up a massive security gap. So if we just sort of jump to a single communication stream, what's to stop these guys from pretending to be Gandalf? From the Eagle side, he has no idea. It's not being checked. There's no passwords, no authentication. He's like, yep, cool, sounds great. And then we can start to sort of inject malicious things inside those communication streams. And the Eagle has no idea. So you've got these RFCs, and your job as an SMTP server is to follow these. You don't want to follow them badly. You don't want to introduce these security vulnerabilities. So we've basically tacked on a whole bunch of changes and updates and external parts to sort of cover those gaps. One of the sort of most basic examples is this concept of authentication. This is technically an extension of the original protocol because it wasn't included originally. So we've got our Gandalf, and he's like, yeah, you know, I totally want to send an email. You can totally trust me. But what if it's not Gandalf? What if it's some sort of golem-like creature that's pretending to be Gandalf? Oh, Lord. Oh, I'm totally not getting invited back next year. Okay. Very basic example, but then it's up to the SMTP server to say, hey, you're Gandalf, prove it. You know, where's my passwords? Who are you? I need to know this. And then he's all sad because he obviously can't do that. One of these sort of more complicated sort of stopgaps or security controls is this concept of SPF, Sender Policy Framework. So let's say you've got someone else, you say, I'm not Gandalf at Mordor, I want to send an email, but I want that email to come from the address of Gandalf at middleearth.com. This might seem a bit weird, but it is a legitimate use case in SMTP, and it does happen. So you kind of need to have a security control to stop the abuse of this one. So in this case, the SMTP server shoots its lasers, and it pulls out the domain that you want to send the email from. So in this case, middleearth.com. So we'll chuck that to one side. It'll use a second set of lasers to then also pull out the IP address that this person is coming from. It will do a very specific type of DNS lookup, looking for a record related to SPF. The owners or whoever controls middleearth.com, they can set this record, so they get to decide what goes in it. The SMTP server then checks and says, hey, you're coming from this IP address. I've checked that record. Is your IP address allowed to send email from that domain? In this case, it's no. There's no match. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you send that thing. Blocks it off there. There's a sort of another category of controls, more at that transport layer. So in this case, you've got your Gandalf. He wants to send his email. We'll also do things like spam checking, very common. Looking for sort of malicious software, again, very common, sort of happening during the email transport process. You guys would have run into this one a bunch if you work at a corporate organisation. They love chucking these on the external emails. Some SMTP servers will have these built in. More traditionally, it's actually external to those. Cool. Now for something not that completely different. Sort of pivoting slightly to this concept of direct send. It's mostly built for sort of legacy or weird devices back in the day. If you think about it from when you had those sort of printers or scanners, you'd go up there, but you want them to email it to you. You don't want these credentials, so you don't want these old devices handling credentials. They don't understand it. They don't know how to use it. And so Microsoft sort of built this for them. So if you sort of concentrate from that perspective, kind of helps. This is basically how Microsoft define it. You have your sort of on-prem network. There's something old, or think like your printer who wants to send an email. It will actually chat to the cloud, and it will send it out on a specific port, on a specific endpoint. This can't be used to send email outside the organisation. This is only for internal use. You usually need to specify a from address from that organisation, from a trusted domain. And you don't need any authentication to do this. And from an attacker's perspective, that's a really interesting choice by Microsoft, considering if you can hit this endpoint, you can then basically send email within the organisation from anyone you want and impersonate anyone you want. You can also bypass third-party gateways, depending on how the configuration has been made for this particular thing. It's extremely easy to exploit with a simple one-liner. Oh God, what have I done? It is also enabled by default and can't be disabled within Microsoft 365 environments. I put a little asterisk there because that is changing more recently. We'll get into that later. So, how do I exploit this thing? For science. I'm a massive fan of science, and so this is how you do it. Obligatory, please don't go off and do this without permission. There is a very strong chance you'll go to the jails. They'll probably ask you where you figured this out and then sort of accuse me, and then I'll go to the jails. I don't want to go to the jails. This information is extremely easy to find. This was me Googling how to exploit direct send. The main purpose of this is to sort of demonstrate how easy it is to do. That little send-mail message part is a PowerShell script that is built into any modern Windows client system. You don't even need to download this tool. You can just do it. And when you do it, it will print out an email that looks completely legitimate to the end user. So just going through a brief history of direct send exploits. So there was this blog post from, I think, 2022 was where I first sort of ran into it. When I was sort of reading up on this stuff, at the time I remember reading this thinking, oh yeah, that's not that important, that's not that cool. But it's kind of cool, but not that interesting, completely missed out on it. 2023, these guys sort of produced an endpoint that you could go to test whether your organisation was vulnerable. I never saw this at the time. I only found this when I was researching for this talk. But they made the really clear point that direct send cannot be disabled. You cannot turn this thing off. There are workarounds, which we'll get into later, but the main thing is it is on by default and can't be switched off. More recently, there's been a massive uptick in people or bad actors actually exploiting this thing. So it is becoming significantly more prevalent. And just anecdotally, towards the end of my pentesty sort of consulting space, we were seeing this stuff all the time. So probably 50-50 chance during an external pen test that a client was vulnerable to this thing. It's not all doom and gloom. Microsoft have these things or this concept of something they call connectors. I've tried reading up on them in my head, it just does not click. But basically, you can control certain transport mail flows to sort of say, if something is coming in via direct send, I just want you to drop it. We don't need it. The concept of exchange online protection. So if you remember back to that sort of transport layer security, if you're sending an email via direct send, it doesn't bypass this stuff. So the spam filters, the malware filters, it'll still kick in and it can still protect it that way. So I know what you're thinking. But William, I live in Orland, not some mythical Mordor land, and we've fixed direct send issues, so why are you telling me all this? 3 points. Don't call me William. That's kind of reserved for my mother when I've done something really bad. You spelt Mordor wrong. And we found this really weird edge case where we thought direct send was fixed, but it actually wasn't. Yay. So jumping into that sort of weird edge case, we had basically been asked to do a mostly red teaming sort of engagement, but with the blue team very fully aware of it. It's what we'd call a purple team engagement, where you have that sort of cross-communication collaboration. And one of the things they asked us to do was specifically check for this bug, because they thought they'd fixed it, they were pretty sure they'd fixed it, but they just wanted that extra validation. So I chose a random sysadmin, put him as the target, and then basically just spammed him. And I just tried all these variations and slight tweaks and things like that. For context, this was me launching this script from my attacker's machine. I had absolutely no authentication to their network. I wasn't connected in any way, straight across the internet. And what we found was, failed, didn't make it, and then it did. And for some reason, most of them seemed to fail and not make it through, and then the last one did, which was super confusing for me. God, that's a big Travolta. Basically, up until this point, my understanding of direct send was it either worked or it didn't. You could either spam them with lots of emails or you couldn't. So we basically dug into the logs. Very fortunate that we had that communication, so we could have a chat and basically say, hey, some of them are making it through, most of them aren't. What's the difference between the two? So we sort of dig into it and we find that the ones that are sort of failing are having an SPF error of soft fail, but the ones that are making it through have this weird SPF of temp error, which I had not run into before. So if you think back to my extremely clear understanding talk of what SPF is and what it's for, it was sort of around that process of checking that the source IP that is trying to send the email is allowed to. They're legitimate, they're expected. So we dig into it and we find the different types of SPF errors. There's an error of none, which is basically that person doesn't have an SPF record, so we're not really sure what to do. There's that concept of failing, so it does the comparison, it checks the IPs and says, no, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to send it, you fail. There's soft fail and hard fail, but that doesn't matter too much. And then we have this temp error. There's a bunch of other errors, but we don't really care because that's not what we're looking for. So we basically do a bit of research on what this temp error is, and it basically comes down to DNS, shockingly. It's basically saying we've tried to look up your record, but for some reason that DNS process is failing. One of the other data points we sort of looked at was on the receiving side of the email, so these are the spam emails that managed to make it through. We looked at these email headers. If you're not super familiar with email headers or emails in general, essentially during the entire transport process of an email, every server or service or thing will actually leave a little metadata note about what they had, what they did with it, where they processed it, where they sent it to. You can dig into these. Any email you've got will have these. They're semi-interesting. We basically jump into that and find we do have a DNS-related error. And it's basically saying, Protection Outlook tried to do a lookup for a specific domain, it timed out. We couldn't do that specific lookup for SPF, which sort of matches what we were seeing in the DNS side. So we have our theory about what's going to happen and what's happening. So we've got our SMTP server, we've got us trying to spoof this email, uses its lasers, pulls out the domain and the IP address that it's coming from, sort of tries to do that DNS lookup, but for some reason that lookup is failing, it's timing out, it's just not working. Not sure why, doesn't matter too much. So from an SMTP server side, it doesn't know what IP addresses are allowed to send emails from this domain. So it gets down to this process where it wants to do this check, and it's basically, well, I'm not really sure what to do now because we don't know what's happening. When you hit situations like this, it's up to the SMTP server to decide what it wants to do. So it's not necessarily defined by an RFC. In this case, Exchange does some Exchange magic. We don't really know. And then it basically decides, you know what, yep, that's cool, we'll send that through, you look good. If you actually look at the RFC regarding what to do with this temp error, it specifically states that it's up to the SMTP server to decide what it wants to do. So technically, Microsoft are RFC compliant here. It's just questionable whether they did the right thing. Super weird coincidence. After we'd sort of theorised what this process was and what was causing it and we could replicate it, my contact at the time got an email from his CEO basically talking about how amazing I was. I may have used direct send to send this and spoof it on behalf of the CEO. Hard to say. But this is exactly what those sort of emails look like from the receiving side. So in this case, you can spoof whoever you want from inside that organisational domain to whoever you want inside that organisational domain. If that user exists, and if they have chosen to upload sort of their own profile picture within the Microsoft ecosystem, Outlook will actually pull that picture in for you. I didn't specify this picture. I had to swap it out, obviously, but if that person had a picture, it would automatically be included inside that. On top of that, there's no big warning, scary banner saying this is an external email, be super, super careful. From Microsoft's perspective, this was an internal email. It doesn't need that big banner. It's totally legit, you're fine. So we'd sort of theorised, we'd figured out what had happened, and then we decided, you know what, let's run back into the logs and see if this had been exploited before, because we're kind of curious about that sort of stuff. So this was an actual example of where this had been successfully exploited. If we look here, we're hitting a couple of temp errors compared to all of the ones where it failed. And the ones that hit that temp error made it through to that end user's inbox. There is a semi-common pattern for when the spoofing's happening for the attacker to specify the same account for the sender and the receiver. So from a user's perspective, if you receive this email, it looks like it comes from yourself, which is a bit of an odd choice, but I suppose if you're spamming things at scale. Cool, now what? It's still not all doom and gloom. We got some specific feedback from Microsoft during this process. They were already aware of this DNS timeout issue. I don't think they'd quite connected it to the ability to exploit direct send via this sort of process, but they were. They said it was related to this concept of SPF macros, which is a choice you have when you're configuring an SPF record. They commented that temp error SPF timeout's likely the reason the emails were not rejected, and they fixed the DNS timeout issues for this specific environment. What that basically meant was probably 1 in every 10 emails we were sending were hitting this timeout error, and so it was really easy to exploit this bug. They basically fixed that timeout part. So theoretically, if we still managed to somehow induce a DNS timeout issue, we'd probably still exploit this thing. It just makes it a lot harder. They also suggested to build some custom rules to quarantine any temp error emails that come through, just to sort of stop them being exploitable. If you are blue teaming, check the logs, especially if you see like a high spike in temp error sort of timeout things. You can consider doing what Microsoft said and having manual rules to quarantine temp errors. This won't be a useful approach if you have a high number of temp errors, because then you're going to sort of blacklist or deny a whole bunch of legitimate emails. It really emphasises that sort of multi-layered approach to security, so phishing awareness training, not relying on a single technical control to completely protect you. And you should hopefully be able to disable direct send soon. So Microsoft have basically figured out that yes, most customers don't need this functionality, and they don't. It's kind of legacy, but sort of got merged into the cloud. They're working on ways to disable it. They published a sort of update to this in, I think, around June, basically saying that around September, this particular feature would be ready to be sort of pushed out more globally available. It is in preview still at the moment. As of the last update, I think I checked 4 or 5 days ago, it's still not actually in general release or general availability. So I suppose watch this space. You can consider enabling it now because it is available. If you go just looking at random Reddit posts though, there's a whole bunch of people basically screaming into the void saying we switched this thing on and it broke a whole bunch of stuff that it shouldn't have. So hey, you know, your mileage might vary, give it a shot. If you're red teaming, this is the attacker's perspective, it can be a really awesome bug to exploit. You can cut through a whole bunch of sort of phishing controls or phishing awareness if you manage to find an environment that is vulnerable to this. Talking about that specific sort of edge case, it's not as useful from a red teamer's perspective. It's really hard to confirm exploitability for this DNS sort of timeout error thing. It's really hard to exploit it consistently on demand. You could theoretically try and maybe DOS your client's DNS, but I wouldn't recommend doing that unless you want an unhappy client. It's also going to be very environment specific, so they need to have these DNS timeout errors for this to be exploitable. You could try maybe shotgunning things. So if you spam enough people, maybe 1 or 2 of those emails you send will hit this DNS timeout. On the plus side, getting sort of outbound port 25 is about the only thing you need to be able to exploit this bug, if it's actually exploitable. If you're purple teaming, don't underestimate synchronous communication. If I hadn't have had that communication stream with the blue team to be able to dive into these logs, to be able to say, hey, we've done this, what do you see? There is no way I would have figured out what this bug was, absolutely none. If you're colorblind teaming, maybe just do all of these things or none of these things, take your pick. Cool, I am finished. That is the end of my talk. If anyone has any questions. Oh, yep.
When it's, because it says in the RFC, the emails can only be temporarily denied or added. Once sent, does Microsoft ever check the email again with their DNS update to see if it will be redacted?
Not at that level. It will do certain checks where if it finds a malicious email from a certain source, it'll sort of backdate that and say, look, we now know this is probably a bit dodgy. We better go out and do some additional checking, additional controls, but not at that specific layer, not that I'm aware of. No. Cool.
Did you notice any difference between the hosting of SPF records that was done by Azure or a third-party service?
No. There was something about this client's specific SPF records that they could tweak, they could make some adjustments around timeouts that did improve things, but that wouldn't have been sort of related to where their SPF records were. Yeah.
Any other questions? Having worked with Will many years ago, it's good to see his sense of humour and his moves haven't changed, but he'll never present here again.
Thank you. Good talk. Good, cheers. Oh, thank you.
Prestigious client.
Cool. Right. Lovely.
Right, give us 2 seconds. We will just swap laptops. Going to end off.
Oh, with the Dibby walk.
Thank you.
See you later.
Okay, we'll just go over the minute from outside and we'll do the recap, rundown, winners, etc. I'll try and remember the order of the slides. Order of the slides. Yeah, behind reception. Go on, Roger. are very good. The rest of the volleys and crew are just doing the tidy up, so wheel everybody in. It's really quiet. No. Kick it off. Yeah. Easy. Right, we'll kick it off. As people come in, we will run through whatever. Recap of the event that nearly wasn't. We've had a pretty awesome couple of days. Carry on. Thank you. It has just been myself and Doles as the kind of organisers this year. Sneaky's had other commitments and bits, so we were a man down for starters. The usual crew of volleys and everybody has come absolutely good, and we succeed off the back of all of their efforts. We've had a couple of new ones come in as well. Tim's helped out, done an absolute sterling job with the badges and bits, but say thank you to a red shirt when you see one. Without them, this just doesn't happen, wrangling the cats and everything that kind of happen behind the scenes. I think we've had a really awesome bunch of talks across a whole heap of different topics. A lot of the conversations that we've certainly had in the breaks have been from people that have said, hey, I thought I was the only person doing this, and there's a whole community doing something similar, and I've really enjoyed kind of catching up and understanding who they are and what they do, where to go next. That for us is a kind of fantastic outcome. The whole idea of BSides is just getting smart people doing interesting things and talking about it and sharing it as part of a community. So huge tick in the box from our perspective. The sponsors, like I say, it was pretty tight. We'll get to the details on that later on, but we really, really want to pass on our thanks again to UWA for looking after us for the 6th year. InfoSect, thank you again. Really kind of makes this stuff happen. We have Horizon 3. I hope people kind of said hi to them. They've got a booth outside. Secura as well. And I can see a couple sitting around in the crowd as well. So again, really came good helping us out. CyberWest Hub, GRC Mastery, Summon Cyber, Mantle Group, Galar, Badges 4, TrustWave. Everybody kind of came good and helped us out on that support basis. It really just made it all kind of come to life to us, even in the 11th hour, pulling it all together. The badge, Tim, with the badges, we did have hundreds of the component packs and they've all gone out. We will share the code, we'll share the component kind of bill of materials, wiring diagrams, all those. We'll throw it up on the BSides site. Tim's got it all on his GitHub at the moment, so if anybody wants to get those parts and play around with that, we'll make that available to do so. So huge thanks to Tim. Whilst playing around, someone found a bug in the code. They want to remain faceless but not nameless, but they got a challenge coin for it, so thanks to Matt for finding that, working with Tim to kind of patch that. So awesome, thank you. Round of applause, come on. Yeah, there we go.
DJ came along in the last minute to help with the AV stuff, and Mrs. Dolls and my kids are watching on YouTube, making sure that I had fixed the sound issues that we were having, which was handy.
So we'll kick it over to the competition results. We had a few competitions running. ASD, ACSC pulled together the IR challenges. There was the physical challenges, the lock sport, all those bits and pieces. So we'll kick off with that one. Evil D, do you want to come and do the physical?
Yep. Wish you didn't say it that way, but yes.
Is that a thermometer? Go.
All right, so who would have guessed that having a physical set of challenges would make people go, hey, let's make it open scope and see what happens. Turns out a lot of you like crime. The amount of times that I saw people steal Nigel's badge, oh boy, and just randomly stealing keys. I think more volunteers got asked, do you have do you have this badge than anything else? Anyway, so the fun part here is we had a full board clear, which was Emu. They did it in the first day, so I'm just going to spoil their first place right there. And we're just going to go down. So there are prizes for third, which is Boomschlang. Anyone, is Boomschlang out? No, we will find you. This is a threat. We will make sure this padlock gets to you. For second, we have Wombi. Wombi. And of course, Emu. Don't all come up, just one. Come on. And yes, all the books are on how to break into places.
Is KS around? Wants to do the handovers? So I will hand over to KS and the crew who looked after the CyberCX kind of lock sport challenges and everything as well. So Jacob, KS, come and join us.
Okay, cool. All right. Actually, can you grab all the prizes? Sweet.
Delegation, this is awesome. That's for the live feed. That's for the room.
Okay. Sweet.
I think I've got them all on about 24 slides. So.
Sweet. Yeah, so I hope everybody had fun, and massive props to KS for coming from Melbourne to run this event for us, which is awesome. So we had 3 different competitions going at once. We had the CTF, which was basically solve as many locks as possible to accumulate points, and we have prizes for first, second, third for that. So first place, it was Ben Hindmarsh, 9 locks, 365 points. And when we come down, Ben, you got the Ferrari. Awesome. And cheers, mate, yeah. Ben, challenge coin. Over here, mate. Challenge coin. Second place, we had another Ben D, 9 locks, 231 points. And, cool. And I may as well do third as well. We had third, Max Engelsman, 9 locks, 201 points. Awesome, and then, cool, we'll give him that one. Yeah. Sweet. All right, may as well go to the next ones. So we had a challenge, which was for the fastest person to lockpick a handcuff after being handcuffed, but behind their back. So you're handcuffed behind your back, and then you have to unpick the lock. And they did it in 26 seconds. So that goes to Laith. There we go. Cool, and we have 2 final prizes. This was my personal favorite challenge, which was the safe cracking. Now, literally, like in the last 10 minutes of the day, we had a new record. So we'll do second place first. Second place was Jason Williams with 17 seconds and 55 milliseconds. And then first place, Lachlan Jalavis, 9 seconds and 89 milliseconds. Cool. Sweet, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. Thanks, man. Cool beans. All right, ASD, ACSC, Incident Response Challenge. So they played around. They spent a couple of months playing around with some kind of esoteric systems in their heads. The scoreboard was pretty tight for a while, with a lot of people running pretty close to maximum points. I think there were 47 points on offer from memory. It got completed last night as the ASD guys gave me a bit of a hat tip and I grabbed the scoreboard. And the final winners are J Hug D, first place. Congratulations. Lights of Pineapples, second place. Anyone? There he is. Come on, Nick. You knew this was going to happen. Sit closer to the front. Congrats, Nick. And third place, equal points on 45, but just solved a little slower. River, are you in the room? Congrats. Just awesome. Great work, Hop. Cool beans. What's next? What do we want to talk about? We've got badges. Financials. We've always been pretty transparent on the financials. We think it's kind of important. There's a lot of people around, as we've seen, kind of BSides. I mean, Sylvia and Kylie here started things off over in Canberra, pulled that into something really quite special and pretty sizable as well now. We've pulled this together. This is our 6th one, started in 2017. We had a couple of year gaps in between. We've seen them kind of spring up all around the place, but there's a lot of people trying to pull a community event together, so we try and share what we can. It was pretty close this year, to be honest. So sponsorship brought in 28,000, 22,000 from ticket sales, brings us to a nice round 50. And off the back of that 50, we've ended up with about 1,300 kind of outstanding from that. So I think the last supporter sponsor that we got came in a week ago, and we were having awkward conversations around, do we feed you, or do we give you coffee, or do we do something else? How do we kind of give that back? So we'll have a bit of a rethink about how that looks. Cost of living, cost of expenses and things has gone up pretty heavy in the 8 years since we started. So we did say we'd always try and keep it $50 a ticket. We may need to just reach out and get some feedback on that and see if that's still a future thing. We want to make it as inclusive as we can, but it's getting expensive. And for everyone that has supported us, whether it be through actual real dollars, through sweat equity, like things like the physical and the lock sport, through the volunteers being free of charge, and we totally manipulate them every week. So Adam, Richard, Snades, Brooke, BJ, Tim, ourselves, Silent Sneaky, we really appreciate all the support. Thank you very much. We are always keen on feedback. Please share it. We receive it with the spirit that it's intended. It really does help us shape things out as to what comes next. Hit us up, info@bsidesperth.com.au. Put it in there, good, bad, indifferent. If there's something you really liked, really didn't like, tell us. We really do take it on board and try and make it something for everyone. That's pretty much it. We don't know if AI Echidna will be keen on a 2026. We'll see what comes next. So really thank you, everyone. You've been awesome. Everything is clean and tidy. It's just how we like it. It means that we can go home and go to bed, and we'll see you at the next one. Safe home, and thank you again. I thought Snakes had a Thank you so much, guys. Just like, thank you.
We'll stop the broadcast.
Yeah, kill it. Kill it. It's alive. Oh, Wally's
Nick will be coming up for a couple for the rest of the team as well.
No, he can't.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
You can see from there.
Yeah, we'll just...